Islam.
Islam. Yes. Akwaba, welcome to our 6th annual Noble Juali Day celebration. So we've been here for 6. It's been 6. As you can see, few people today are in the other people dressed in their traditional. If you could please stand up. So when you go around the room today, make sure you not acknowledge, but speak with the people, dressed accordingly about where they got their stuff, why they got it, etc. Because we are trying to, or not trying, we are expressing our Aboriginal indigenous culture that you might not have seen as far as our people dressing in this form. You might see Sri Lankans, Punjabis, Filipinos, etc. But as far as Asiatics, dark-skinned people, so-called black people, looking like this brings a totally different perspective, and I'm sure everybody on their way here, whether they took car, transit, whatever, has some type of whatever example, situation of them being looked at differently than the average quote-unquote Negroes or whatever. So, round of applause, thank you. As well, we don't do collection plates, right? We don't do collection plates, but we do have people that came here from a long way to be with us, to honor and acknowledge and recognize the Prophet Noble Juali. So, Brother Amari, he's dealing with anything to do with finance. Brother Amari deals with it. He's the secretary / treasurer. So, whatever finance, speak with Brother Amari before the day is done, so we can make sure that the people that are here to bring our lessons are compensated for the work that they do, right? Because Marcus Garvey told us that we have to canonize our own saints, right? So this is what we're doing in, for example, we have Brother SetenRa Bey, who always takes the time. If Canaanland says, SetenRa, he's already here. Without power. And the good doctor, Pimienta Bey, who majority of people have heard of his book, Our Fellow Children in the New World. As well, he has lectures, some stuff on YouTube. People bootleg his stuff, put it on YouTube and stuff like that, right? But he's not worried about that because it's all about the information getting out to the people, right? And this is actually his 2nd time here. We brought him and once again, it's somebody who, remember that we're talking about academia. We're talking about somebody who paid his dues to be where he is right now, as far as, teaching people, you know what I mean? And he's not on some of these other black scholar people, 7,000 to do a lecture. Personally, us going to the people in the conscious community to say, come and assist us with a lecture, right? They're talking about 7,000, 5,000, 3,000 to give the people the information that's their stuff that they shouldn't be paying for, right? So we want to acknowledge Brother SetenRa Bey and Jose Pimienta Bey, who's going to be speaking after me, so get your pens and all that stuff. We're just going to do a little intro, get you warmed up a little bit. If you don't know, We are representatives of the first Moorish Science Temple of America in Toronto, Canada, that we call Canaanland. That's our location, 2533 Edmonton Avenue West. At our location, we also have Moorish Museum, where similar to what you see on the wall, pictures, documentation, etc. of our Moorish culture in the Americas that has been suppressed. Right? The suppression of the Moorish information is due to what its purpose is. And the purpose of it is to get Negro black colored people to stop being Negro black colored people and to be their ancient foremothers and forefathers. Because Europeans will tell you that they know that the ancients are coming again. All these statues and somebody get the background, all these statues and things of that nature that we see that represent our culture, all those things, whether they're 50,000 years old, 80,000 years old, a million years old, all those things only look like us. So if all those things look like us, and they're our ancestors, then that means ancestors are here, we're here, we're back. We just have to be back in our proper status as Moors and not as Negro, black, colored, African, Hebrew, Israelite, Pan-Africans. But there's no salvation there. What we're going to be talking about for the next 20 minutes, half an hour, is the Moorish connection to hip hop 3. Now we did, I did a few classes on the Moorish connection to hip hop, just showing that our forefathers of hip hop were relaying messages to us regardless of what our assumption is of what they presented. What they were presenting to us was our Aboriginal indigenous culture in symbolic code in most of the time. Because as we know with the record industry, there is no way that you're going to have a record deal and not sell some part of your soul. The only people that have their soul are the people who are independent as far as the hip-hop industry. Everybody else, whether it's acting, singing, dancing, whatever, they sold part of their soul, right? And if the people with no soul are the ones that are running society, now we know why society is messed up. Because everybody knows that, hip-hop music transcends culture. But what we hear today and what the foreparents of hip-hop presented is not equal. All right? We want to, well, before we do that, we want to give a shout out to one of our good brothers that we bring his name up most of the time because he's one of those people that is a stickler for keeping what we do pristine and making sure that it doesn't get corrupted. So we want to give a shout out to Brother Asir, the Duke of Tears, because he came and taught us that the hairstyle called the cameo is really representation of the feathers. Right? Symbolically, metaphysically, not just, hairstyle. This was, and if you go back to this time that we call the golden era of hip hop, this was a prominent hairstyle. So everybody was getting in tune with their culture of being more symbolic. X-Plan. Again, old school hip hop, and they're sitting here, they got leather fezzes on with arms on them. Now, all these so-called black comedic scholars or whatever, I'm turning the side right here. Let's turn the side from. Yeah. These so-called scholars are going to make you think that there's no connection between Kemet and Moors because, you know, when you look at the history of Moors, it's not on the walls of Kemet, so Moors weren't there. It's foolish talk because Moors are dark-skinned people and Moor represents dark-skinned people. And we know that the people that built the pyramids were dark-skinned people, so they were Moors. It's real simple. It's not advanced. But if you don't want to go with that, cool. Here's a picture of X-Clan, who everybody knows and respects and honors and appreciates as foundation hip-hop music with fezzes on, which represent Moors, not ancient Kemet, but their fezzes have ounce on them. So they're letting you know what the connection is. They're letting you know that there's a connection. But if the people have on blinders because of their so-called black scholars that don't teach them about Moorish history, then they're going to go through life thinking that hip-hop started as this and now hip-hop became what it is now, when that's not what went down. What's out there today that's called hip-hop is not hip-hop. It's rap music, that's commercial music, that's everything other than foundation. Right? And then the last picture is King's son. This was the back of his album cover. Now the back of his album cover in 1980 whatever, there's a brother on there with a fez on. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody, hey, what's that? How come he's wearing that? There was no question. Because everything that was done during the golden era of hip-hop was really symbolic. And then we're going to show how the foundation people kept pushing that symbology even in present day music, hip-hop. That people, you know what I mean, it goes over their head because they weren't taught that this is the foundation of everything. Foundation of black consciousness, Noble Drew Ali. Foundation of black people getting back to their culture, Noble Drew Ali. Foundation of Islam in America, Noble Drew Ali. Foundation of hip-hop, Moors, fezzes, cameos, you know what I mean, big truck jewelry and stuff like that, and it's not, it goes completely over the people's head, right? Some more honors. We gotta give honors to 2CMP Studios. This was the first studio that we worked at when we started doing hip hop. And in his studio, he had these type of books at his studio. This is 1993. All right, one of the books was Black Man of the Nile and his family, Dr. Ben. Rest in peace to Dr. Ben, because he taught us about our Moorish history. Why did he teach us about our Moorish history? Because he has cultural anthropology and Moorish history degrees from Havana and Barcelona, Spain. And don't forget, this is the black power people's head as far as their lecturer, who they look to as their inspiration for whatever. But he doesn't have doctorate degree or whatever from some African black school. He went to the Moorish school to get his education. He went to the Moorish school. And all these people are going to uplift him, but they're not going to recognize that they're Moors. When in his books he told people that they're Moors. Whether they're African, Arab, Asian, whatever, that they're Moors. This is a good one. Piece of my brother Shortleg in the back, because he knows about this stuff right here. I want to say peace to Henchman Adi. That was the first conscious group that I was in. And, you know, we were on the black power and all that stuff, but it was brotherhood, it was family, and we were dealing with hip-hop music. And if it wasn't for them recruiting me into this, because during the time of me rhyming, prior to this, it was just rhyming. We did a show together, and after the show they came to me and they're like, you know what? You know, you're a great MC and all that, but your content sucks. Who the hell are you guys? Okay, watch. We're on stage and they did their thing and then, right? And here we are. All right. Also, too, if you go on YouTube, on Canaanland Noah's Pensionary Theater of War, we have some music from back then up there. We also want to give honors to the God, the Black Dot. We give it up for the Black Dot. He's been repping hip hop, trying to change the energy. He has his album Walk With Me. It's Moorish science. This is his words, not my words. No. It's Moorish science, and the more you apply it, the more these devils find it hard to deny it. The more they won't even try it, the more they wouldn't be stealing the deeds and hide it, because the Moors would bring them to right. Make sure you get his album. Make sure you get his first book, Hip Hop Decoded, and his new book, Urban Culture Decoded, which just came out a few months ago. We also want to acknowledge and say rest in peace to the good Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. Yes. He passed away on the 2nd. So make sure you go over there and get ISIS papers. Right? You got it? Yeah. Yeah. So ISIS papers, make sure we show honors to our master teachers by buying their books out. Don't let their books get bought out by people who are against this, and they're then doing book burnings again, and then we're complaining that we don't have nothing. Buy the books and keep them in your library.
Well, the good thing about her book is that West Indian brothers in Washington are printing her book now, so that can never happen again.
All right, we'll come to that.
Yeah.
That's good. Paul Frappier, better known as Bad News Brown, died in 2011. Here's some of the stuff that we covered in the past lecture. The reason why I put him up is because he's from out here. The reason why I put him up is because he's Haitian, but he's going to his shows waving Moroccan flag on the stage. Alright? He still has stuff out there. Go check it out, because his skill was harmonica. And beast on the harmonica. Hear him play a harmonica to some hip-hop music, and you forget about the hip-hop music. Right? Tupac, age 17. My mother taught me 3 things. Respect, knowledge, the search for knowledge is an eternal, eternal journey, and not to be quiet. If there was something on my mind, to speak it and to also listen. She told me this joke, that God gave you 2 ears to listen and 1 mouth to speak. And that's where the knowledge comes from, listening. And once you get the knowledge, then you speak. So you're not supposed to stop until you got the knowledge. For morals, you're not supposed to exercise until you know about your birthright. You can't exercise and you don't know what you're talking about. Right? But then we have Rap, Soldier Boy, age 17. Shout out to all the slave masters. Without them, we'd still be in Africa. We wouldn't be here to get this ice and tattoos.
Quoted by him?
Quoted by him. So that's the transition. And then this is the line right here that we're drawing. Right? In 1998, in 1998, Double XL magazine did this hip hop panoramic, whatever. Everybody in hip hop, come on down and take a picture or whatever like that. Right? So they got everybody represented, or everybody who was able to be represented. Right? Remember, we're talking about code, speaking in code through visuals.
What year was this?
Right?
What year was this?
98. Then we have the UNIA. The UNIA, right? See this guy right here? See got something on there right there? Big UNIA, Garvey Club right there, 1929. Oh, and don't forget, you know, the hip hop panoramic in your mind, because here it is right here, the UNIA, right? So they're sending messages to people. If people are open to see it, great. If not, then sorry. Here's what we have now. This is BS that they call music. Because people didn't follow the instructions, they didn't pick up on the code. And then of course, you know, we have the Moorish movement, same theme, right? CNN War Report. You always got to show this one, because if anybody knows hip hop, you know that Capone and Noriega were, you know, the thug generation. Guns and drugs and jail and whatever else that they deal with. But Nori, once again, for people who don't read inserts, they're gonna miss all this stuff. So it's Noriega right here, right? A good one. You like that, bro. Noriega is on the back of the album cover like this. This is Capone and Noriega, the thug guys. Now, why is he doing this for? Why? Hip hop poses are, you know. Why is he doing this? What does he know that he's doing this on album insert that went all around the world? Everybody knows who Capone and Noriega is. It's not a secret. But don't forget, the album was also executive produced by Martin Moore. You didn't read the insert. In the Tanakh, or Hebrew Bible, Lord spoke to Moses, you know, all the Hebrew Israelites, right? Who are Moors or whatever. Tassels. Make tassels on the corner of their garments to help them remember the commandments of the Lord and to keep them as a sign of holiness. But Lakeem Shabazz, at the bottom, hip-hop, Rakim, hip-hop, tassels. They just feel like putting on some of the tassel pictures that go around the world. Right? Like the Lakeem Shabazz picture is a picture that was on the album. So there's definitely a connection to being conscious and hip-hop music. There is a connection to being conscious and hip-hop music. Hip-hop is not dead music like we hear today. For all the sisters out there, you're more, you know, you're more stuff, you know, you can't wear fezzes and all that stuff. There's real Roxanne. She got her fez on with the tassel on it. 1980 something. Album cover going around the world, but Negro black colored people in America don't want to be Moors. But the representation of Negro black colored people going all around the world in hip hop music is just like Moors. Just a picture I found online somebody drew. It's real crazy that, you know, they just put Andre, who, you know, we know he always wears his turban, he's always eccentric, wearing something totally different than what, you know what I mean, but he got his fez on. Letting people know what's up. Everybody knows Nasty Nas, always has the bandana or whatever like that tied to the side. And then you have the Moorish coat of arms, bandana tied to the side. Right? What are they trying to tell people? What message are they trying to relate? Are people even getting the message? Is this just him? Well, let's see. You know, no, it's a pattern. But going back to your ancient culture, that they don't have to talk on their music about conscious stuff. The fact that they come from the era of when hip hop was something to listen to. And they're pushing these perspectives, whether they know or not. It's just like Brother Denham said, it being in Syracuse or whatever, being no more, wearing his traditional custom garb. Sometimes he might, throw a turban on. And he's walking down the street, and the people on the block are looking at him, how you dressed like that, or whatever like that. But then they're sitting there with a t-shirt wrapped on their head like a turban, laughing at him. And he's trying to show them, like, you guys don't get that you're exercising your culture that you don't know about, right? Mobb Deep also came out on their album, put the Great Seal on there, took out the stuff, put their own stuff in there, put their own stuff up there, but used the same imagery. And then as we know, the Great Seal, upside down, is Circle 7, so, and also don't forget, go listen to Prodigy's song Black Devil, so you can know who the real devils are, and they know Europeans. Once again, King's Son, right? Tassel, making sure you know, put it to the front. Nobody can say that they don't know. Right? Like Moors know with feathers, tassels just don't hang in the front. You have to put that there like that. Right? This one. So the first game. It's a jungle out there, Master P. Make him say, oh. Yeah. So, forget the video. Let's go to the interview about the video. Some about his culture, my Aboriginal Indigenous culture, we're the real natives. All this stuff that he's talking about. We're a Master P, ice cream man, drug dealer and all that stuff. But he knows, at least he knows about his Aboriginal Indigenous culture. They're going to have all the chiefs in there, and then they interview all the chiefs and all that, and all of them are letting them know, oh yeah, this is our stuff. This is not some Indian whatever. This is our culture. Everybody's boy, Drake, if you didn't know he's Jewish. But really the original Jews are Moorish Jews. Original Jews aren't some Khazars or whatever. We think they're the one. Right? And if you go to the West Coast, the OC got the green, yellow, and red or whatever. Africa pendants, right? Album cover is statue, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, but then he has the colors of Haile Selassie, and then they call him that, but then people are making the connection that he's sending messages to people. But know something about yourself, know something about your culture. Recognize something. Forget the words that we're saying. Here's some pictures with Africa pendants and all that. Remember, he's coming out of NWA, niggers with attitudes and stuff like that. But they know about something. If they're going to be putting red, gold, and green and have Africa pendants on their album cover, that's going around the world so everybody knows. It's not a secret. Right? LL, letting people know, not hiding it. Okay? And people go, well, that's African. That's noble. That's noble. Because we know that we're not continents. So that ain't African. Night of the Living Bassheads video. Right? Got Chuck D killing him, you know, with the conscious stuff, and then you have Bam just sneak in there, you know, make sure he gets on the record with his fez on. Just so you know, just to be sure that you know what's up. Alright, and then you can see the difference. You know, you got Chuck D with the Raiders stuff and the baseball hat, and then you have Africa Bambaataa, who by the way is a Bey, coming out in the video. Again, this is one of the #1 songs by Public Enemy and Roddy Moore. And there's Bam with his fez on in the video. And obviously, you know, Chuck must be done with it. He's gonna let him be in the video with his fez on. Whirlwind video, Black Moon. They have this Arabian theme in the video. Now I thought the video they have this little guy right here with a little banjo guitar or whatever, with a fez on, just playing the guitar. Nobody pay attention to him. Sending signals. He's talking about niggas with attitude. Right? You don't know that's Easy. If you don't know who Easy is, look him up. And ask yourself, why is this guy who said F the police and all that stuff and you know all these gangster songs wearing a turban on? Has the robe like what the Moors wear. Just dressed like this for kicks. This is just some, you know, gimmick to sell records. Put on a turban, wrap it how the Moors wrap it, and have on a robe. I doubt that. Knew something was up. And once again, showing us that we're noble. Big Daddy King got his fez on, you know, quote unquote, going back to, you know, the Greeks or Caesar being black, and that's why, you know, he called himself Black Caesar. Because he was a ladies' man and all that stuff. But he's showing you that we're royalty. And don't misinterpret all jewelry and all this type of stuff in this with today's people that you see wearing jewelry. It's not the same. It's different. Right? Digital Underground. Humpty Hump, playing this game, got fake glasses on, fake nose and stuff like that, right? But you know, got people thinking, oh yeah, they're wearing pajama shirts or whatever like that. You know, part of this gimmick, right? But is it really a gimmick? Because whether Humpty had the nose or didn't have the nose, he had fez on. He had kufi on. He had something on to represent that he's not Negro Black color. He's not the average rapper nigger guy. Making it clear. Right? Now with Moors, when we do our prayer, 5 on the left, 2 on the what?
Right.
People don't do stuff like this just because they feel like doing something with their hands or whatever. They're sending signals. And we know that this is not him just saying, yeah, peace to everybody or whatever, because with Digital Underground, he had his fez on. Even though it's straw. But we know that Tupac comes from a long legacy of conscious people. He doesn't come from dead people. He comes from people who had knowledge of self. Right? And once again, see everybody got their stuff on, making sure that they look like somebody. They don't just look like the average rapper nigger guys. They're making a point. But if you don't think that that's enough, if you think that that's just, you know, that's just something that they did take a picture because they were, all right. If this doesn't mean Moorish, then I don't know what. If he's not sending a signal to all these people who say that they honor him, they got books by him, whatever like that, to let them know that he knows what's up. They're not showing you that Tupac knew what's up. They're not telling you that he knew. Only Moors do this. Nobody else does this. This is something that Moors do. That's not Islamic thing, like when you see a Muslim and you say, oh, that's Assalamu alaikum. That's not that. Alright?
And the 5-point star ring.
Right? And the 5-point star ring. You already know, Yasin Bey came out a long time, told people stop calling me most deaf or whatever because my name is Bey. Right? And all this is hip hop, telling people, but they don't want to go with it. Swiss Beats, letting you know. Right? Only Moors pose like that. To stop and pose for a picture and do that. That's not a common thing that everybody does. Wu-Tang just dropped a new album. One copy made. Nobody else can get it. But But they had a Moroccan artist, hand-carved, a Moroccan artist, hand-carved the box that's going to hold the CD. And then it stayed in Morocco until they were ready to release it. Why are they gonna, they're over here, right? They're gonna go all the way across the Atlantic, all these countries over there, all these hand carvers over there, and they're gonna go to the guy in Morocco to carve their shit. Well, you know, it makes sense because Ghostface even came out in triumph and told y'all that he's the black noble Jew Ali. And then he always wore his liberty cap. Always wore his liberty cap that you would, you know, call toque.
Just to add on to what you said, he specifically said black noble Jew Ali on that song. So that lets you know the difference.
Right.
Because what does noble Jew Ali looks like him to me? They look the same complexion,
Right.
But he's clearly stating that I'm the black noble Jew Ali. So he knew that noble Jew Ali was something other than black.
Other than black. To make that statement. Right? These are some new guys. You know, ASAP Rocky. And, you know, like, what the hell is going on? Hip hop artists, rap artists, whatever. They got the candles, the pentagram, and all that stuff. He's got one foot in, right, and then 1 foot out, right, showing the higher, lower self, right. They got the candles. They got the big 5-point star, which we know Baphomet is a representation of a Moor. Baphomet isn't some devilish whatever. Baphomet represents a Moor. That's why he has branded on his forehead a 5-point star. Right? So it's all our stuff. Only Moors do that. Black guys don't do that. But, you know, of course, him coming on Lil Wayne representing this is based on him joining Zulu Nation. Because Zulu Nation are Moors. Africa Pimienta Bey, who changed the stuff from Zulu Nation to Zulu Comedic Moors. And everybody who says that they're hip-hop, that's part of so-called Zulu Nation, should have a nationality and call themselves Moors and have LB and all that stuff on their name. But they don't, because, you know, people think that this is just some group. This is just some little thing that we're doing over here. And we also want to say a RIP to Sean Price, one of the greatest MCs ever. And we want to put him up there because he was Muslim. And remember that he's part of the dynamic duo Helter Skelter, who their first video was Operation Lockdown with all of them dressed up like Indians. Why are they all dressed up like Indians for a hip-hop video? Painting their face and all that stuff, wearing feathers and all that. Why are they doing that? Why does Tech of the dynamic duo Smith & Wesson have a big Indian chief tattooed on his back? Because he's African? Right? And if anybody is interested or needs to, right? We got a studio now over at Brimley. It's up the street, around the corner. Talk with Brother Yasan. You just put your hand up there, bro. Anybody dealing with music, anything like that? You need a studio to work at? You're a poet, anything like that? You need a studio to work at? We have an avenue for you to get your work done. That you can actually work with more. Instead of working with these crazy people that don't know what they're doing and messing up your stuff. So tonight we're gonna hold out. That was the intro. Next up the bat, we have our good brother, always traveling to come to Canaanland. And it's crazy that, you know, this brother's gonna take his time to make sure that he makes himself accessible to Canaanland Moors. He's gonna make sure he makes himself accessible to Canaanland Moors. Because his purpose is just like everybody else that's coming on the stage, is to get the information out to the people. That's the purpose, right? To get the information out to the people. So we want to please give a good applause for our good brother, SetenRa Bey.
So before we get started, I want to first request permission of our elders to speak. I want to request permission of our elders to speak.
Islam.
I want to, man, I'm telling you, I was sitting in the back, and I told Mario a while ago, I said, got the jitters, man. I still get butterflies. I still get a little antsy and edgy, like ready to go. I'm sitting there like, who's you like? So I can get and just get like the first few words out the way. And then, you know, we get this shit rolling, man. So first things first, we're here absolutely in honor of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I put the date up there, January 3rd, 216. And GC is the Gregorian calendar. And 1437 will be the Moorish calendar. Canaanland, northwestern Mexico. Special thank you to Grand Chief Cujo Aboil for always giving me a platform and giving me a chance to have my voice heard. I said this the other night when me and Sheik and my wife were hanging out. Yeah, Cujo was the first person to really like put SetenRa Bey out there. 2 years ago when I came to do my first Drew Ali Day and then went on YouTube, that was like my first chance for other people to see me outside of where I am, which is Philadelphia or New Jersey or Delaware. And He's always giving me the opportunity to make my voice heard, give me a platform to speak. So, special thank you to you, bro. And special thank you to Omar Pimienta Bey. Every time I come to Canaanland, this dude is like a bullet. You're going to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to do this for me. But listen, Omar takes care of me every time I come. Weeks before I come, me and Omar on the phone trying to get things situated. And Omar makes sure that I have what I need when I get to Canaanland. Whether I'm coming to speak or whether I'm just coming to go to the annual cookout or just hang out, Omar's always got my back. Just want to thank everybody in Canaanland because y'all always showed me love, always welcomed me with open arms. Never deaf ears. I can communicate with you even if I'm not speaking, you know, some of us talk on the phone periodically or text or however. So I just want to thank all y'all and say that I'm happy to feel like part of the family. And of course, I'll always be back. What you got? So chapter 25, the circle of ceremonial crime. We started reading this at me back in Philly. Probably about 8 months ago. Back in like May or something like that. About 7 months ago. And once I started to read it, and once it started to resonate with me, I felt the need to read it periodically. So I'll read it today. And hopefully it may resonate with some of you. Chapter 25, the Circle 7 Holy Quran. Divinely prepared by Prophet Morish. Keep that in mind. That it was divinely prepared. Not written by Prophet Morish. It said, ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother hath given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and to unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all, and your love to each other. That resonates with me on a lot of different levels. I don't know how it resonates with you. It resonates with me on so many different levels. And I felt it necessary to put it up there and read it today because of what we're going to go into. Initially, when me and Cujo spoke, Cujo asked me to do a virtual Philly tour, to basically just hit some major spots in Philly and put it together and do a tour. Well, there's a lot of stuff in Philly. You know, if you go back into history, if you know your history, and you know Philly was the cornerstone of what they put together down there when they put their foot in our land and decided to take it. And it wasn't possible for me to just say, all right, I'm going to take all of this to this little bit of time. It wasn't possible, and it was frustrating. And I'm sitting there and I'm just going back and forth in my mind. And I'm like, what am I going to do? I had a conversation with my wife one day last week, and I think it might have been about some of the brothers or some of the sisters down there. And she brought up the 5 principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And she said, maybe you should do a class on that. So initially I thought to do a class in Philly on that. But now over the course of the past couple of weeks, I got the struggle, the tug of war going back and forth in my mind. Philly tour, principles. Philly tour, principles. Principles won out. I can always do a Philly tour. But whether it's the Creator, whether it's the great God Allah, whether it's the ancestors, whether it's the Prophet Morish speaking through her talking to me, said no, the principles. The other night, me and Cujo and my wife in the hotel, what we talking about? The principles. Yesterday, when we picked Jose, Pimienta Bey from the airport, what we ended up talking about? The principles. A whole gang was sitting around the round table and just sitting there talking about the principles. So, you know, I'm getting chills. And I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm supposed to be talking about. This is the direction that we're supposed to be going in. So that's where we're going. We're going to talk about these principles. We're going to define them. and we're going to talk about it a bit. So I want to say this before we go any further. I like to do interactive classes sometimes. Sometimes I just get up there and I just go. But sometimes I like for it to be interactive. So that means I'm going to talk to you, and you're going to talk back to me. Don't be afraid to raise your hand. There are no wrong answers. Say whatever it is you feel in your heart and in your mind. Cool?
Love.
Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The 5 principles given to us by whom?
Jolly.
As said by one of my teachers, these 5 principles cannot stand alone, and they are incomplete without each other. Love must exist in your mind, your body, and your soul for you to have truth. When you are full of truth, and truth needs no excuses, at that point in your life you can find peace. When peace resides within you, you can then experience freedom. And I put from and I put dot. Because whatever you're going to experience freedom from is what you are going to experience that freedom from. Whatever shackles you have on your mind, whatever shackles you have on your heart, whatever shackles you have on your person, you can find freedom. And once you have attained a level of understanding of love, truth, peace, and freedom, you have done justice to yourself and you can now become complete. I got that from SetenRa Bey. That might be a little dark. It says love, and I define it. So when I put the definition up there, I put the part of speech, and I put what's in the etymological brackets. Because I was taught that by one of my teachers, master teacher, Abdul Iltani Mosabeh. If you're going to define a word, then define it. In order to define it, you need to know the part of speech, and you need to know the mother, the origin, the etymology of the word. Now, this might get a little, it was just a little funny to me when I was doing it. So it says Saxon is the origin of the word. And you see it says, well, if you can say, it says Luvian, L-U-F-I-A-N. And then it says Luvian, L-U-V-I-A-N. And then it goes into the Dutch. And then it goes into the German. And then it goes into Russian. And then it goes into Latin. Can anybody see what this is, right?
Sanskrit.
What do you think that is?
Sanskrit.
Persian.
Speak up, please.
Sanskrit.
It's Sanskrit.
Persian. That's what Persian.
Now, which one came first?
Sanskrit.
Sanskrit came first.
Yeah.
How many years before Saxon? How many years before anybody that can call themselves Anglo-Saxon came out of the gate? How long ago did we have Sanskrit? But that's the last one that they put on here. So when you're talking etymology of the word, the first one is the mother, right? And then everything else is the child. Saxon can't be the child. I mean, Sanskrit can't be the child of Saxon. See, this is why you have to know how to read. And this is why you have to be able to understand. I got these definitions. You'll see on the bottom from the Noah Webster's 1828 American Dictionary. This is pretty good on the original American Dictionary. I don't know if you have access to it up here, but if not, reach out to me. We got access to them and we'll get it to you.
And it's a verb too.
What's that?
And it's a verb as well.
Right, you see it's verb transitive. I'm going to do a little sidebar right quick and I'll tell you why this book is extremely important and why we should have it. Just a quick sidebar. Get good with me. Right here, in 1828, Noah Webster's Dictionary. And we all know Noah Webster was an Albion. I'll show you this picture in a second. In this book, it says American. And it says American as a noun. Person, place, or thing. A native of America. Originally applied to the Aboriginals, meaning original people of the land. Or the copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. But now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. That definition was written in 1828 by a European. It wasn't written by any of us. So that definition right there tells you who they knew back then were the original people of this land. And we sit here and we arguing with each other. Not us in this room, but us as a people. We arguing with each other about fact. And then they'll say, in their words, quote unquote, oh, that's a white man's book. Think about it. If the so-called white man, or Albion, European, wrote that, Why would he, if it wasn't the truth? Why didn't he put anything about a redneck in there? He just simply told the truth. So,
Can you read that again, brother? Just a little louder, because I also want to say it loud.
the definition of America from the 1828 Noah Webster's Dictionary. American, a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals, meaning original people of the land, or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. If anybody think I made it up, come on, can't take the book. So, love, the definition of love from the 1828, in a general sense, to be pleased with, to regard with affection, on account of some qualities which excite pleasing sensations or desire of gratification. That's the definition of love from the 1828. So, it being a verb transitive, we love our parents and our children on account of their connection with us. How many people in here don't love their parents and their children? Exactly. We love to retire to a cool shade in the summer, but we love a warm room in the winter. We love to hear an eloquent advocate. The Christian loves her or his Bible. How many people in here love something? Just by a show of hands. That's everybody. Now, how many people in here love themselves? I would expect everybody to raise their hand, right? I wouldn't be shocked if somebody did it, but I would expect everybody to raise their hand. At one point in time, how many people in here didn't love themselves? So what changed? Listen, knowing thyself. Knowing thyself. What else changed? Who?
Environment.
Who?
The environment.
The environment. Love as a man in the same dictionary. An affection of the mind excited by beauty and worth of any kind, or by the qualities of an object which communicate pleasure, sensual or intellectual. It's opposed to hatred. How many people in here have hatred in their heart? Let's see now, this is what I can appreciate. People raising their hands and being honest. My heart used to be full of hatred. I used to be one of the most bitter and angriest people you come across in your life.
Really?
Yeah, who said really? Yeah. Listen, I would say what I wanted, do what I wanted, and didn't care about hurting your feelings or your feelings. Man, woman, and child. I could care less. I'm being honest. Right? Because I didn't love myself. I didn't know myself. I'm learning myself now, but I didn't know myself at all. But what I did know is that I was hurt, and that I was mad, and that I was angry, and that somebody else was going to get, it was going to get some of what I got. And I didn't care. I didn't have any love in my heart. None. So when I think about that definition, and they say it's opposed to hatred, I was full of hatred. I used to say it all the time, man, I hate, and I want to, and felt it, like I felt it from my feet, just come through my body and just react, right? But I don't get that too much anymore. Do I still get angry sometimes? Yeah, of course. But I don't have that hate. I don't have that desire to really want to just somebody's neck. Yeah, I'm being brutally honest. We talking about these principles, right? And it's unfortunate, right? Because when you feel that way, it'll consume you, right? So everything that you come across, you're looking at it sideways instead of just looking at it straight on, right? Everybody that you meet, yeah, you're looking at it that way, right? This principle of love is so powerful, it's so strong, that it can actually change your whole being, your way of thinking, your way of moving, your way of everything. My wife's sitting back there in the corner, right? And I literally ran from that woman for years. She'll tell you, I met her in May 20th, 1999. Right? But Tom, right?
Approximately.
I met her way back then. She didn't get her claws into me, like into me, until within the past 7, 8 years. You know why? Because I had on the best pair of track shoes I could have because I was full of hate. And I couldn't love, right? As much as that woman cared for me, and I cared for her, I couldn't really care for her because I didn't care about me, right? In a relationship, in order to say that you love somebody, first you gotta love you. My trainer used to always tell me in every language, one comes before two. I say it again, in every language, one comes before two. So if I can't love me, what can I do for her? Drive her crazy? Cause her all kind of grief and headaches and heartache? The best thing to do is what I did at that time was run until I found a safe place to hide and sit in my own little corner and say, what the hell is wrong with me? And then when I figured it out, when I started to know me, when I started talking to me, and I ain't crazy, I started talking to me, I got the answers that I need. I got the answers that I need. Love between the sexes is a compound affection consisting of esteem, benevolence, and I put in capital letters natural because in the dictionary it had animal desire. I just don't see love between the sexes as being animal desire. Some people may say it's lower self, but we can go on forever about higher self and lower self. I did a whole 3-hour class, right? But I just don't see that being of an animal nature or an animal desire. So I put natural in capital letters. Love is excited by pleasing qualities of any kind, as by kindness, benevolence, charity, and by the qualities which render social intercourse agreeable. Anybody not clear on what love is? So now that we have defined love, the first of the 5 principles we should adhere to, now I ask all of you. And you don't have to answer me now, but you'll think about it later. Do you have love? Who do you love? What do you love? And why do you love? So I lied. I'm going to ask one question. Who do you love? Anybody?
My son,
Your
my
son?
husband,
Your husband?
my mom, my
Your
dad.
mom? Y'all can feel free to speak. I ain't going to let nobody. I know I said I was full of hatred and think about something. I ain't full of hatred no more. I ain't going to fight nobody. Who do you love?
A lot of people.
You love people. Who do you love?
All of you.
What about you, bro?
Children.
Martin?
Family.
Sure.
That's love for everybody.
I'm looking for one answer. I ain't getting it.
Anybody that shows me love,
Anybody that shows you love,
those love me.
those who love you. So I heard it. Who said it?
Myself.
Who said it? Who said it?
I.
Who? Who said myself? Stand up for me. That's the answer that I was looking for. Myself. Thank you. Because I just told you, one comes before two in every language. Now, it's not wrong that you love me. It's not wrong that you love everybody else. It's not wrong that you love all of them, but you gotta love you.
But if I say I love somebody else, then by default I already love
If you say that you love everybody else, by default,
them.
you love
Because
yourself.
one came before, so if I say now that I love you, then it's coming from
That's
love.
not necessarily true. I'll tell you why.
Well, for me.
Because we, well, for you, but the reason I say it's not necessarily true is because listen, people say a lot. People say a lot. You can say whatever you want. Yeah, I love the people. How can you show me that you love the people? Have you proved to the people that you love them? You can say, and I'm not saying you, the same person who's talking. This is for everybody. How can you say that I love everybody? What have you done for everybody? What have you done for the man sitting next to you? What have you done for the lady sitting next to you? Right? But I was looking for that myself because that's the purpose of what we're talking about. First, you need to love yourself. Forget everybody else. Without love of self, there is no love of anything. Islam? Truth. We'll define truth. So now, back to that section, right? All of this. Conformity to fact or reality. Exact accordance with that which is, or has been, or shall be. A true state of facts or things. Veracity. Purity from falsehood. Correct opinion. Fidelity. Constancy. Honest and virtue. Anybody in here disagree with that definition?
Nope.
I know at least one hand should be up.
I know too.
But I ain't gonna say who's there. There should be one hand up. There should be one hand up. But I ain't gonna put him on the spot. So we had this big old conversation the other day about these principles, right? And this word came up, fact. And it was a discussion about truth or fact. Fact or truth. Is it a fact or is it true? Is it true because it's a fact? Is it a fact because it's true? So we're going back and forth, right? So, I don't know if the definition quiets that conversation down. Y'all already know who it is, right? Y'all already know who it is. He done told on himself. Conformity to fact or reality. Fact is one thing, right? But I like that word better. I like reality, right? The reality is that I'm standing in Canaanland. The reality is you are all sitting right there, right? That's reality. I like reality because reality is true. Because if I can see it, if I can touch it, if I know it, then it's real, then it's true. And I can appreciate that, right? But there are some things about us that we don't want to accept. There's some things about us that we don't want to admit. There are some things that we don't want to tell ourselves is true. And when we hide from the truth, we hurt ourselves. When we hide from the truth, we do something that I had a conversation with an elder. So I'm gonna clarify what I'm about to say. I was about to say we'll lie to ourselves. Because we don't want to admit the truth. But the elder told me, she said, listen, SetenRa. She said, you can't lie to yourself. Because you already know the truth. So you can't lie to yourself. There's no possible way to lie to yourself because you know the truth. So don't scrap that lying to yourself. And just stick with not wanting to admit whatever your truth really is. I gave you a bit of my truth. Here's a little bit more of my truth. I'm a 39-year-old man. I understand and understand who I am, my nationality, I accept it. I love my people. I'm willing to do whatever I can for my people. At any chance that I get. That's my truth. My truth is that at one time I was full of hate. My truth is at one time that I did not love myself. But now my truth is totally reversed. I love the hell out of me. And I love the hell out of y'all. I love the babies, the young and unborn. I love the elders, even the ones who argue with us and who dispute what we say and who just want to fight and be rebellious. I love them all. This is my truth. My truth is that I love the fact that Prophet Ali showed up and put us back in the constitutional form of government. I love that he showed up and said, wait a minute. You're busy chasing after this guy. What about your culture? What about your history? I love the fact that I'm wearing what I'm wearing. And I love the fact that Tallahassee and Troy Obey took us over to the spot in August, and what I'm wearing today was purchased by this man, so I want to thank you. This is good. My truth is that I'm going to do everything that I can to open up some eyes, to open up some hearts, to shed some light into those eyes, and shed some light into those hearts, because I know what a dark heart is. I know what a dark heart feels like, and I also know what a light heart feels like. I also know what that light heart feels like. If you don't have any light in your heart, you ain't alive. You just here. You just being. You're just existing. You're not living. True. One thing I know is that truth lives within all of us. The fact of the matter is, truth hurts at some time, and at times it's unbearable. So what do? And I gave you my truth. But when the truth is hurtful and the truth is unbearable, what's one thing that we do? Y'all gonna talk to me today? I know y'all ain't pastor. What's one thing we do when truth is unbearable? Deny it. What else? Ignore it. We run from it. We try to deny it.
Rationalize.
We try to rationalize it. We make every excuse in the book, right?
Defense. Defensive.
We get defensive. Because the truth hurts. Right? Let's just say you got a tumor in your side. And it hurts. Every time you sit down, you're squeezing and it's pushing against your kidney. And it's pushing against your bladder. And it's under the rib. And every time you sit down, it hurts. What would you do? Detox. Try to remove it. You want to get rid of that pain. Because you can't live with it. It's unbearable. Sometimes the truth is that tumor in your side. So what are we going to do? We're going to detox. We got to remove it. Because what's that old saying? The truth is going to do what? As long as you deny it, as long as you make every excuse in the book to not face that truth, you're going to continue hurting. Ask me how I know.
How you know that?
Because I did. I was that person who ran from the truth because it hurt. It was unbearable. You go back and think about some of the stuff you've done. I'm speaking for me. You look back and think about some of the stuff you've done, and you can just shake your head, right? Once you start learning the truth, once you start learning the love of self, then you can get to this. You can get the truth. And now I ask you, what's your truth? Will you stop running from your truth and face your truth? And will you accept your truth? It's almost like my plea to all of you, to anybody who may see this video. At some point, because you might not stop running all at once, just slow your pace. Say, you know what? I'm going to have to accept the fact that this, that, or the third. But the first thing we got to do is what? We got to love ourselves. Once you start to know yourself and start to love yourself, then you can find truth. Because once you start loving yourself, all of that stuff is going to rise to the surface. And you ain't going to have truth. You're going to have to face it. No way around it. Now, let me say this too. I didn't say this before. These questions are for y'all. For me too, but for y'all. I want y'all to, if you can't remember, if you write them down, I love it. But these questions are for y'all. I don't care if it's 6 months from now, if you just have to open the book and say, what is my truth? So,
The word hurt is in truth.
the word hurt is in truth. How about that? How about that? Anybody want to tell me the truth? No? Next principle is peace. And it's coming from the Saxon again. In a general sense, a state of quiet or tranquility, freedom from disturbance or agitation, applicable to society, to individuals, or to the temper of the mind. Now, for people who see me do classes before, for people who know me, anytime you see something bold or highlighted, then I did it for a reason. Because I wanted you to see it. Because through a whole definition, that's what stuck out to me the most. The temper of the mind. Freedom from war with the foreign nation, public quiet. Freedom from internal commotion or civil war. And again, these definitions come from that 1828 dictionary. The temper of the mind. The mind has many tempers. Everybody knows what the temper is, right? How many people here had a temper? Or had to have a temper? Y'all some real nice people. Everybody in here is nice. Good.
Not nice.
Disposition of the mind. The
Sorry,
Constitution. Huh?
we have to correct you on that nice word.
Nice.
Look it up.
I already know what it means. I'm glad you do. I'm not calling nobody stupid. I'm not calling anybody stupid. That's the etymological definition of stupid. I'm just saying.
In a general sense.
I'm on top of it. I'm sorry.
We know what you mean.
The disposition of the mind, the constitution of mind, particularly with regard to the passions and affections, as a calm temper, a hasty temper, a fretful temper. This is applicable to beast as well as man. The calmness of mind in moderation, heat of mind or passion or irritation. To have inner peace, you must have control of your temper of mind. Let's be honest, I'm asking you a question and I want you to be honest. How many people get mad that fast?
No more.
That's something that I've been working on for a very, very long time. Not just and ready to go. Right? It's a full-time job to just say, you know what? And go that way. Because I really want to go that way. But it's a full-time job to go this way. Right? That temper of mind, that willingness to be able to react that fast, takes our peace. It takes our inner peace. Because, let's just say I'm mad at you, right? I don't like the character you play. Right? Why you got that uniform on? No, but that good stuff. So I don't like the character. So now I'm mad at him, right? So he leaves. And I'm still pissed off with him. Do you care? He probably don't even know. He probably has no clue that I'm pissed off with him because I don't like the character. I wanted to get on you. Why what you put on this uniform for? Why you And he don't even care. But I'm still mad. Sidebar. Stress. Stress. I was at my natural doctor and he asked my aunt, "Are you stressed?" And she said, no, I'm not stressed. And he said, "Are you sure?" She said, "Yeah, I'm the one I just told you." So he said, "Do you know what stress is?" And she said, "Yeah, you know, blah, blah, blah." So he gave her an example. Camelback muscle, you know. If he steps on my foot and I get mad and I argue with him, I just built up a level of stress and cholesterol in my arteries that if I don't do anything about it, it's going to just sit there. And it's going to saturate those arteries. So now I'm mad because you stepped on my foot on the video set. So 2 hours later, I go tell Cujo, "Man, this punk, man, he stepped me on my sneakers, man." I just added another level of stress because I never let go of the fact that he stepped on my foot 2 hours ago. So now 8 hours later, I tell her, like, so you know what happens? That cholesterol starts to build. We don't even know, right? And the only way to release that cholesterol, well, one of the only ways to release that cholesterol is through physical activity. Running, exercise, run up and down the steps, do something. I wasn't going to say this, she was in here, but thanks to her. You know, yeah, something physical, right? To release that, right? That's just a sidebar, just because it just hit me. So I had to say it. But if we can't control our temper of mind, then we won't have no inner peace. If we gotta learn to, we really gotta learn to be able to say, take that deep breath and go to the left.
Well, that goes for anything, because any negative that you feel, your subconscious doesn't realize that it's naive, pointing it to somebody else. You're gonna feel it first. So any negative, that's why you shouldn't go there, you shouldn't hate people or whatever, because you're gonna experience all that first. And then it goes out.
And you'll experience last too, because they don't care.
Yeah.
Because they're already going about their day and they're doing whatever it is that they want to do. So people say, oh, somebody robbed me of my inner peace. No, they didn't.
You gave it away.
You robbed yourself of your inner peace. It's babies in here, so I used to have a couple I like to speak. And what it said was, I like to say that four-letter word, right? And I'll be honest, I still like to say it, I gotta say it. Because if I don't, then I'm gonna lose that inner peace. If I don't, then I'm gonna get mad because he stepped on my foot. He stepped on my foot, and I just go. Right? If I stay angry about it, if I stay mad and I come looking for you next week, that's a whole week of agitation. That's a whole week of me hurting myself, thinking about hurting him. It's not.
Would you still have been angry if he apologized from the beginning?
If he apologized?
Yes.
No. If he apologized, you won't be angry, but since he didn't, now you got a problem. Now you want to grab him and shake him, right? Some people don't have that capacity to apologize, right? He might have been having a bad day. So he feel like, all right, I'm having a bad day, so F you, and F you, and F you. Right? So he might not apologize. But if he didn't break my foot, even though he did step on my foot and I'm upset, if he didn't break it, then I'll be all right. I can go on about my day. I can go on about my life. Or I can wait till next week when I see him again. But then I'll lose all of that inner peace. Right? These are all the things that we need to work on. But in order to get to one, we got to see the other ones first. So first we got to do what? Talk to me, y'all. First we got to do what? Once we love ourselves, we find what? Truth in ourselves. Let's go back one. Okay. Internal commotion. Internal commotion within oneself. I had that internal commotion. And I fought with myself, and I argued with myself, and I just hurt myself. But the bigger problem is internal commotion within the Moorish nation. Right? Whether people who want to say the nation of black, the nation whatever, I know that it's the Moorish nation. So I'm not going to argue with them. They can say whatever they want to say, no problem. But the problem that we have is an internal commotion. Because we got too many people who want to be standing right here. Everybody can't stand right here. Sometimes you got to sit there. What did Tupac say? What's the best way to learn?
Listen.
Now listen. I take great joy in standing up here. Right? I love it. But I also like sitting right there. I also like sitting right there and receiving. You know how many times, how often it is that I'm sitting around and I'm talking and talking and talking. And then when I get around the elders, I'm sitting there just like a child. Yeah, what else? What else? What else? Everybody wants to be right here. Some people have to sit right there. Some people got to be capable of sitting right there and staying right there. There's too much emotion. Too many people want to be, oh man, you know, those boys are fighting. They want to start all these arguments and all these fights, Facebook wars against Cujo, calling Cujo all these names, blah, 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 blah. Internal commotion. And it gets us where? Nowhere. Nowhere. You can go back into ancient history. How many of y'all seen Shaka Zulu? None of y'all, nobody seen Shaka Zulu?
Oh, yeah.
It's a movie. If y'all can, I don't know, if you can find it somehow, watch Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu was one of the most fierce kings on the African continent. And he was trashing everybody. Anybody that came close to his land, it was a wrap. He done them in, right? So guess who showed up? Just guess.
European?
European showed up. And what did Shaka do? What we always do. Hey, what's up, brother? Come on in. Told him the Zulu language. Told him the Zulu cultures. Oh, and everything else that they wanted to learn. The same thing that happened when the Albion came here to the Moroccan Empire. We welcomed them with open arms, and we taught them our culture. We taught them our language. We taught them everything. What y'all think happened to Shaka? Internal commotion. Because his guys was like, listen, don't trust him. Don't let him in here. Don't teach him Zulu. Same thing that happened with Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Moroccan Sultan. All those other Moors. Hey man, don't let them in here. Don't sign that treaty of peace and friendship. And what happened? As soon as they turned their backs, Shaka's own people killed him. Because they were angry about him letting that Albion in and giving them their culture. When that Albion came back, he came back with more men and he came back with guns. Shaka had spears and shields. Internal commotion within the Moorish nation. Back then and right now. The internal commotion within oneself is for each one of you to deal with. That's for you to recognize, for you to say, oh, you know what, all right, cool. This is my problem, and I'm working on that. But the commotion within the nation is for us all to work. That's why, like Cujo said, when Cujo said, SetenRa, can you come? I come. I don't even know how many times I've been to Toronto. I don't have a clue how many times I've been over here. I come up here like 3 or 4 times a year. I even came up for the annual cookout. All the way up here for a cookout.
Must be some good food.
but I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. I traveled all the way up here to go to a cookout. I met you at that cookout. It's my first video shoot. I traveled all the way up here to go to a cookout. Why? Because we are trying to build a nation. Right? If I have to be, I want to be that bridge between that side of the Great Lakes and this side of the Great Lakes. People can just walk right across my shoulders from one place to the next. I'm trying to eliminate internal commotion within the nation. That's why I come up here. You know how many people, you know, they've been bugging me to bring Cujo to Philly. One brother said, yo man, I just gotta meet this brother. Because he seen him on Facebook. I don't know if you're on Facebook, Cujo be stabbed. Rounding people up, and they start talking crazy. And that's his whole thing. I gotta meet this brother. I gotta see if he really is this way. But when we sitting around, we just sitting around laughing and talking trash. Cujo ain't never cursed me out. You know what I'm saying? But that's the internal commotion, right? Because they only see what they see on Facebook. So then they draw a conclusion and say that that's who he is. So never mind all the rest of y'all up there who don't curse people out on Facebook. Now we got internal commotion in the nation. And they ain't coming up here, they ain't going down there. That we have to remember. That we got to stop.
I think
We want to find peace.
I think also everybody has a role to play. And they have to know what their role is as well.
True. Everybody has a role to play. Like, what's that? Everybody can't be chiefs. Gotta be civilians. Something like that.
Nobody got a little you.
Nobody got a little use. Everybody should know what their strength is. Whatever your strength is, then assist when you can. Otherwise, just sit still and be quiet. Peace. What is your peace? Where is your peace? Where is your peace?
Inside.
Inside? Did you say in the gym? Where's your peace?
Heart and mind.
Heart and mind. Anybody else?
In the trees. In the
The
forest.
trees.
And myself.
I appreciate your first answer,
With that.
right? Because for me, I can find peace there. For me, there's a park in the territory where I live where it's nothing but trees and water. Where I can just be. I can go running, I can go walking, or I can just sit. Whenever I had a heavy load, I can go there. Some years ago, my wife had migraines. And she was all, yeah, had sheets on the windows, had the house all dark. You walking in, you know what I'm saying? You couldn't see a thing. Come on, put some clothes on. You going outside? I'm not going outside. So we went. And I took her to this place that I'm telling you about. And within minutes, she didn't have migraines. After days of sitting in the house with migraines. That place is called the Wissahickon Valley. Right? That place is one of the places we go on what we call the Philly tour. That place is where the Kings used to live. Right? Here I am all these years running and walking and meditating and doing everything in this park. And I had no clue. I had no idea that this place was what it was. I knew it was magical. I didn't know why. I had no idea that that's where Lover's Leap is, where they threw one of our queens off and said she jumped herself because she killed herself because she had a broken heart. I had no idea that the statue of the native brother that I've been seeing up there that's looking west was a slap in the face, because it was sitting on a place called Council Rock where our elders used to meet to hash out their disagreements. And the reason for that statue saying looking west is because when the Albion came in and stole the land, that's what they told them. Y'all have to go to the west, into the Ohio line. Right? So I can appreciate that First Nation in the gym. I can appreciate the trees, because that's what I do. I work out, I roast the trees, but at the same time, your peace should also be in your heart. Now, you gotta go to the gym or to the place where the trees are or wherever else to find that peace in your heart, that's so deep. The next question is, can you reach your peace? And the last question is, do you really want peace?
I like that question.
The last question is, do you really want peace? I want that to resonate with you. I want you all to think about it. Freedom. Love, truth, peace, and freedom. Freedom. Now, a state of exemption from power or control of another. Liberty. Exemption from slavery, servitude, or confinement. In the Northwest is 1828. A state of exemption from power or control of another. Are we in slavery right now? I'm asking y'all a question.
Yes.
Are we in slavery right now?
Most definitely.
100%. Right? Because some people downtown that don't have nothing else to do when they get up except go and make screwed up decisions about how we want to live our lives. They govern. And they govern with force. Right? You can go down there and make all the noise you want. They'll call the sheriff, and the sheriff with you. I don't know. How is it when police shoot brothers up there? Yeah. Is it prevalent? Is it a problem? Absolutely. We all already know what we go through. In Philly, at least 40 shootings every year from the police to a brother. At least 40. Right? Now that's a problem, because we don't have a state of exemption from the power or control of another. But, it's always a but. We can. We can. That's why I came to the cookout. To build with these brothers. That's why I sat at the Adam meeting. To build with these brothers. Right? So I can share my ideas and their ideas, and we can put them together. So pretty soon we should have a manual like this.
That manual will be the remedy?
The manual is not the remedy. The remedy is you. The remedy is you showing up to say, Cujo, what you need me to do? Amar, how can I help? The remedy is you saying, you know what? I got 10 extra notes. I know it ain't much. Put that in the pot. Put that in the pot. Y'all know this. Right? 5 fingers, 1. Right? Let's make 2. Let's make us and let's make y'all. Right? Because we only talking about North America. We talking about traveling across state lines. It's like me going from Pennsylvania to Jersey. That's how I look at coming to what they call Canada. What we know affectionately is Canada. The remedy is you. The remedy is y'all. The remedy is us. If we want that state of exemption from the power or control of another so that we can have this, it's got to come from us. We can't keep looking outside. We can't keep blaming Cujo. We can't keep blaming the next one. It's got to come from us. And just like the brother said a little while ago, some people got to be Indians. Some people got to be Indians. Right? But guess what? It's usually the Indians that win the war for the chief. The chief is, he's the one sitting up there and he's saying, listen, I'm going to need y'all to go around back, go that way, you go over there, you sit up on the roof and you make sure everybody comes. That's what the chief is. But it's usually the Indians that wins the war. So what's wrong with being an Indian? I'll be an Indian. I ain't got to stand up here and talk. I can sit back there and listen. I can sit back there and throw rocks. I don't have to stand up here. I don't have to. I'm willing to accept that. What are you? The remedy is you, not me. The remedy is you and me, us. Exemption from slavery, servitude, or confinement. Freedom. Y'all want freedom?
Yep.
Yes.
Two people say yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask the question again. Do y'all want freedom?
Yes.
Why I gotta ask this question? When I walked up there, I said we gonna do an interactive class. Someone's up here. We family. Let's talk. Why do I have to ask twice? Sorry.
I think part of the problem is that a lot of us don't necessarily feel we have the confidence to live as free men and women. Because with freedom comes greater responsibility.
Yep.
And with freedom comes greater need to be competent in different areas. Because you can't run properly any community, a nation, or country unless you have confidence. And that requires deeper consideration than just being free.
So your response goes back to the conversation we had yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And for myself, I think it goes a little deeper.
Mm-hmm.
First, we have to realize that we're not free.
Mm-hmm.
Before we can have freedom, we have to realize that we're not free.
Mm-hmm.
This illusion of freedom is exactly that, an illusion. And until you know yourself and come to listen to your instincts, then you can recognize that you're not really living the way you want to live. You're doing what other people are telling you to do, and you're afraid when they come around, and you're watching when the police are there, and like you're doing something wrong, and all you're really doing is living. And if life is illegal, then you can't really define that as life. So first we have to realize we're a slave. First.
I'll think about that. I'll think about that. That's why we did the 5 principles. The first one is love. Love of self. Forget love of everything else until you can love yourself. When you love yourself, then you start to see your truth. When you find your truth, you address your truth. So you can get peace. Once you get peace in your heart and in your soul and in your being, you'll realize you're not free. Because you gotta do what the brother just said. You gotta get up and go to work. You gotta stop at the stop sign. You should anyway, so you don't kill somebody. But if you don't, then you got the policy enforcer chasing you down, ready to knock you in your head. You can't. Do you need a fishing license to go fishing? Yeah.
You need a license just to get on the boat.
Yeah. Why?
Exactly.
Who owns the water?
Exactly.
Right? Who owns the water, right? So a license is nothing but permission, a permission slip to do with it. So if you gotta get a permission slip, then you ain't free. Because we should all be able to say, you know what, I'm starving. They got some good fish over here in Lake Ontario, and we should just go cast the line and then go home. But if we do go cast the line, we don't got the little pink stuff to our hat or to our shirt. Another man wanna be right next to him. If you do want freedom, understand what freedom is. Understand what freedom is. I define the word slave. It comes from the Dutch. A person who is wholly subject to the will of another. One who has no will of his own, but whose person and services are wholly under the control of another. One who has lost the power of resistance, or one who surrenders himself to any power, whatever, maybe whatsoever. Slavery is now, and that's from the, I'm sorry, this last definition is from the Black's Law. And it says bondage, the state of entire subjection to one person to the will of another. So you see that word slave and slavery. It's just you subjecting your will to somebody else. You're not willing to stand up on your own too. You're not willing to stand on your square. Represent your nationality. Represent right law. You just made yourself a slave to the corporation, to the situation. I don't know how many people in here. I don't know how much is yes, 35. Right. Now we got on this nice gear. We got feathers on, turbans and all of this good stuff. Imagine if we went down to the governor's office and he opens the door and he sees all of us. Hey bro, we just want to talk. We want to make you aware that we know who we are and we know who you are and who you're not. We ain't coming down here with guns blazing. We came to talk. This book right here, this treaty right here says XYZ. Your oath of office right here says that you swore to uphold the Constitution and to protect and preserve the rights of the people. We're the people. Now, are you going to respect this book and this treaty? Because this oath of office right here says that you have to. Now, if he says no to all of that, that oath of office that you have in your hand is your golden brick, or your brick of gold. Because he's bound by that. Right? So if you want your freedom, there it is. Freedom doesn't come. How do you get it? You gotta earn it. You gotta go get it. Ain't nobody just here to say, if I got my foot on your neck, I'm not taking it off because you asked me to. Servitude, the condition of a slave, the state of involuntary subjection to a master, slavery or bondage, the state of a servant, the condition of a conquered country. All of that applies to us. But the last one should really get your juices flowing. The condition of a conquered country. Confinement, restraint within limits, imprisonment, any restraint of liberty by force or other obstacle of necessity. Voluntary restraint. What we just talking about? Are we showing it? Voluntary restraint? Yes.
Yes.
Because this whole group of people ain't going to the governor's office with me, that's why. Or whoever it is, I don't know who it is that's downtown, or that's whatever he is in Ontario, or whatever issue he has. Everybody in this room ain't going. Let's go. He already knows. Y'all already know. If you say to me, SetenRa, we going down to, who is it? Governor? Who is it?
Go for it. Mayor, Prime Minister, Premier.
If they say to me, SetenRa, we going and we pissed off. Well, guess what? I'm pissed off too. Here I come. They already know. Now, if I navigated my vehicle, it would take me 8 hours to get here. How long did it take y'all to get to Cujo? Not 8 hours. But he already knows I'm coming. Y'all said y'all want freedom. The first time I asked, only 2 people spoke up. I should not have had to ask twice. Think about what you say to me. And then think about how you feel. Now, who in here has freedom? Is your mind free? I think that's safe to say that a lot of our minds are somewhat free. If they were all the way free, we'd be kicking down my man's door. Is your body free? What? I'm sorry. It's not just.
I just want to highlight the concept and the definition. Muslim is a servant of Allah, they say in Al-Islam. And so when you look at Islam as everything other than a corporate governance, then you realize that if you look to serve Allah, then you're, in other words, looking to be free from that corporate governance.
So that's, that's the Allah that we know in Moorish science. Those principles that we use to move through life and better ourselves and better our situation. So when we say that we're Moorish American and we're Moors, we're Muslims, if you are serving Allah, you are free from that corporate governance right away. But your perspective has to be that, you help others and you go together, like you said, and go down and show and prove. And those who know will know. Those who are in those seats will know if they see you and they know that you as a unit, as a nation, are serving Allah. There's no intent from them to even contradict you. Because nobody in the right mind tries to contradict Allah because they know what that is. Because most of them sit in their rooms with their family, tied down, etc.
I hope you're listening to what I'm about to say. If you want what you say you want, it's gotta come from here. I can't do it by myself. Taj told me years ago. He said, man, I've been taking my sword to my scimitar. He said, and I've been sticking the dragon in his stomach for years. He said, but the dragon is huge, and when I stick him, he just bleeds a little bit. So I need the rest of y'all to get scimitars. And we just from every direction. You know what I'm saying? I need y'all to get some scimitars.
What about the practice of meditation as a tool for freedom?
As a tool for freedom from what?
From this list, from everything that holds you down.
You can meditate, right? But is it going to stop them from making the decisions they make downtown? No. No.
But it can help you deal with it.
It can help you. That's where you find that inner peace, right? So when you find that inner peace, what's the next step for you? Right? So you find that inner peace, and once you do find that inner peace, then you start to probably meet with everybody else and say, hey, listen, you know what, I got an idea. What do you think about us doing this? Or what do you think about us doing
the
that?
Community has to be there.
Right? There's got to be some common unity. There's got to be some common unity. Right? Meditation is key. Right? To finding that inner peace. But when you do find that inner peace, now something got to happen. I ain't saying go down there with scimitars and pistols and rifles and shotguns and bats. I'm saying let's go down there like this. Slow.
You don't go and step up at the plate. There's nothing to swing at.
Is your soul free? These questions that I ask myself and these questions that I ask you. Remember, in order to have reached this level of freedom, you would have had to achieve love, truth, and peace. And then I ask happiness, justice. The virtue which consists in giving to everyone what is his due. Practical conformity to the laws and to the principles of rectitude and the dealings of men with each other. Honesty, integrity, commerce, or mutual intercourse. So, I'm going to scratch out in commerce. And I'm going to just say in mutual intercourse. Honesty and integrity. Honesty and integrity. And respect. Respect is not up there, but I'm going to add. Honesty, integrity, and respect. How do we lose that? How do we lose that? Being in dishonor. Islam. Fear. Fear.
Giving into the ego.
What's that?
Giving into the ego.
Giving into the ego. Can you be honest with me? Absolutely. Do you respect me?
Absolutely.
Do you respect her?
Absolutely.
Now, I know Troy, but if I walk out on the street and I just walk up to any random guy and I say, yo, can you be honest with me? He probably gonna be like, man, come on. Then they gonna take me back to that angry guy. We ain't going back to the angry guy. We're trying to be good kids. Somewhere along the way, our people lost these principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, of honesty, of integrity, and respect. Respect. People say respect is due a dog. Right? We got people who show more love to dogs than they show to people. Right? So I domiciled back there in Philadelphia. So y'all know the old Michael Vick side. Do y'all know it was 100 degrees practically every day that summer that they bought in Philadelphia? Do you know that them women stood out there all day with piggy signs over some damn dogs? Now don't get me wrong. I'm a nature junkie. I'm an animal lover. I refuse to even go to the zoo. I told Sheik that a couple years ago. We was riding past the sign that said Toronto Zoo that way. And I said, oh, zoo up there? He said, yeah. I refuse to go to the zoo because it's not cool. Animal caged up for my view of it, it ain't cool. But they sat out there and they picketed for a whole month in 100-degree weather. I don't know what that translates to in substance, but it's hot. And I ain't standing outside with no pig signs about no dogs. What about the how many murders we get every year? Like 400? What about these 400 people who got killed? 500? Every year. I told Cujo or Omar the other night, I told one of them, it's a shame that on New Year's Day people watch the news to see how many people got killed on January 1st. That's the nonsense that's going on back there. You know why? Because people lost respect. These principles are important. We are important. The babies that are in here are important. Y'all might think they're just sitting there. Like the little boy sitting right here, look like he's just doing whatever he's doing. That boy is hearing everything that I'm saying. All these children in here might be doing whatever, but they hear what I'm saying. And you can't unhear what you already heard. It could be 10 years from now. They be saying, oh, he's a boy genius. Yeah, he was already born with that. His mom just kept him on the right path because he been listening to Cujo, Troy, Kenzie, and we got to get back to our principles. Love, truth, peace, freedom, justice, honesty, integrity, and respect. Be honest with yourself. Have integrity always. And always have respect. If you don't respect you, you won't respect me. If you don't love you, you won't love me. If you can't be true with you, I can forget about you being true with me. And if you don't have peace within yourself, I need to watch my back. This stuff is important. Important enough for me to be standing here, pouring my heart out, and trying to get you to understand what I understand, what I understand. Trying to get you to carry what I'm attempting to carry. Because I already know you can. The question is, do you want to?
There's also a misconception of respect. A lot of people think respect is fear.
Say that again?
A lot of people think respect is fear.
Respect is fear.
A lot of people think that. They'll say I respect cancer. I respect the police. You know what I mean? They equate it to fear. You need to respect and you need to fear. They respect God. They fear God. People equate respect.
It seems like you should equate respect to love.
Right. Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Because if you love God, if you love your mother, if you love your child, if you love yourself, right? As opposed to equating respect to fear, it seems like it will be more sensible to equate it to love.
Exactly.
It's just my perception.
I agree.
Right? Prophet Noble Droughty made a plea to the nation. Marcus Garvey, Il Haj, Martin King. They all made pleas to the nation in one form or another. I'm standing right here, and I'm making a plea to Canaanland. Do this. No, I wasn't physically telling you.
I thought you were taking us to the Blue Ethers.
Keep your hands this way.
Interaction, right?
Exactly. Come together. Unite. I'm willing to come whenever y'all call. You already know. I don't know how many times I've been there. And I met him only not even 3 whole years ago. Not even 3 whole years. And I don't know how many times I've been there. I'm asking y'all to do this. Not for me.
Islam. All right.
We keep on, I keep on.
Oh no, we good. We're good. I hear stomachs growling over
All
there.
right, cool. So I'm gonna finish up this. I want to, hey, you know what? Let me read this last slide.
Yeah.
Okay. Dear mothers, teach these lessons to your little ones that they may learn to love instead of hate. I want the mothers to read that, and I want the mothers to feel that. But I want y'all to understand that until you learn to love before hate, you can't teach them. And I'll end with that. I want to say thank you to all of y'all. I love y'all. Peace and love. Islam.
One more for Brother SetenRa Bey. Can you please give a round of applause for our five principals catering? Wonders in the kitchen. So to close out, like we said earlier, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, when we were doing our classes down at Alternative Thinking bookstore, a while ago, we brought Brother Jose Pimienta Bey there when
He's been out for a few years.
okay, we're all years ago. Okay, all right. The author, Our Fellow Children in the New World. If you haven't gotten the book or read the book, make sure you try to get it and do your best to get it. It would clear up a lot with regard to the things that the other scholars don't really talk about, because he gets into Noble Drew Ali, he gets into Aboriginal indigenous culture on this side. So, you know, the theme, Othello's children, then Othello being the Moor, and then, right? Very simple. But we're going to, well, we want, you know, everybody who's eating, you can put your plate down, because we want you to stand up and acknowledge who we have coming to the stage. So if you can please put your hands together for our good brother.
I was telling the good brothers, and first of all, let me thank Brother Cujo and Brother Tallahassee and Brother Troy and Brother Omar. Those are the brothers that I met both this time, Brother Troy, and last time I was here 4 years ago at the Post Organization. Let me say I also really appreciated what Brother SetenRa Bey said in breaking down the discussion of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I encourage the brother to continue his good work. I wasn't exactly sure how I was going to approach the topic this afternoon. I teach at a college in Kentucky. I teach courses in history and African American studies and even a course in black psychology. I've been at Berea for 11 years. I was born in the state of New York. The reason why my name is Jose Pimienta Bey is because my father was born in Cuba, or Cuba, which actually is an old Maghreb Moorish word for a place of sanctuary. So there are some interesting connections when one looks at the history of the Moorish Empire. So what I wanted to do, I thought as I sat thinking about what was most relevant, was I wanted to first give a general overview of the Moorish significance historically. Who were the Moors within the context of Western history? As Brother Cujo pointed out, most people, when they talk about the Moors, and certainly when I was in school, if they knew anything about the Moors, they knew about the Moors in the context of Shakespeare's Othello. They would say, oh yeah, I know about Moor. Shakespeare talked about Othello the Moor. Those who may know something about European opera, then there was the opera Otello, which was based upon the same Shakespearean play. Well, the significance of Othello in Western history, it's kind of like, once again, our legacy is hidden in plain view, which is often done. But because we're thinking in terms of being black very often, or earlier, Negro, or colored, we didn't understand that when you read about the Moors, you were talking about us, olive-skinned Asiatic peoples. So what I realized when I was an undergraduate in college was I wanted to take the historical information that my uncle, bless his soul, or maybe let his soul rest in peace, I wanted to take the information that my Uncle Johnny Foster Bey, who was sharing with me as a young man, at 14, 15 years old, he was familiar with the teachings of Prophet Noble Ali since the early 1950s. So I was one of a few siblings who would actually listen to what my Uncle Johnny was saying. Many of us may have relatives who, some people say, will pontificate or start talking about something. They say, yeah, there goes your uncle again, or there goes your aunt, or whomever. And we don't always pay attention to what they're saying. And we need to, because the wisdom of our community is in our elders first and foremost. Because they've been on this planet longer than those of us who are younger. So you listen to what elders are saying. And as I don't know if you ever heard of this European American science TV personality, Bill Nye, the science guy, he used to say, consider this, right? So consider this. At least consider what your elders are telling you. And then it's up to you to build upon what the elders are telling you, to find out what they're saying, whether it's true or not. So when I heard my uncle talk about the Moors and said that everything came out of us, everything came out of the Asiatic, I was trying to understand what he was saying because I wasn't getting that in school, meaning in public school. Nobody in public school where I grew up on Long Island, New York, was talking about the Moors. The only person that I heard, meaning in any historical context, the only time that I heard about it was again in reference to reading in an English literature class about Othello, right? Well, if you know the history of Othello, or the legacy of Othello in terms of the storyline, Othello is a Moor. He is an Asiatic, or an African, if you will, who is in the service of a Venetian ruler, Venetian city-state. Othello's wife is Desdemona, who was Italian. Othello basically becomes the general for the Venetian, for a European army. And then as the story progresses, there is the evil Iago, who is an Italian man who does not like the fact that Othello was married to Desdemona, who was also a younger woman. So as a result, Iago then conspires to convince Othello that his wife is cheating on him. But she isn't. She's not cheating on him. But Iago convinces Othello, and by the end of the play, he kills his wife, Desdemona. He then realizes essentially that he did something wrong. His wife was innocent. And then he kills Iago for convincing him that his wife was not faithful. That's the overall story. Lawrence Fishburne did a version of Othello back in the 90s. You can go on YouTube and put in Othello and watch the play. In fact, there was a modern version of it done in the late 90s called O. I don't know if anybody saw it, but it was a modern version called O that was done in the context of contemporary U.S. society. A young African-American man, or Moorish American man, who ends up falling in love with a European-American woman, and basically the same sort of thing happens. But the reason that I chose the title, Othello's Children in the New World, is because I put it in the context of we, as Moors, we as Asiatics, but we in particular as Moors, who don't know who we are and are living the tragedy of our ignorance. Because Othello is based upon this Moor Othello not really knowing who he is. Because if he really knew who he was, there would not have been that level of jealousy. The jealousy stems from a lack of self-love and a lack of self-knowledge. Now, keep in mind, Othello was a fictionalized version. It was born in the mind of Shakespeare. But what it's telling us is that Shakespeare was fully aware that there was a Moorish legacy in Western and European history. The Moors, in terms of the Islamic era Moors, were in the Iberian Peninsula, also known as Al-Andalus. The Moors invaded in the 8th century and then proceeded to move what was a region then largely in the Dark Ages, out of the Dark Ages, into what would become known as a scientific renaissance. The reason why you have universities today is because the Moors set up universities in what is now Spain and Portugal and in Italy. And those institutions started to teach what we know as liberal arts. Prior to the Moors, the system of education was strictly Catholic. If you were educated, it meant that you could read and write Latin. It meant that you could conduct the Catholic ceremonies and the sacraments. And it meant that you knew basically hagiography, which is the biography of the saints. Now think about that. As an academic, as someone who decided to make the university and college my life, someone who said, I want to teach at the university level, I want to teach at the college level, to know that the system that you know as the university system is based upon the Moors is no small thing. But how many people know it? It's only if you study medieval history, which I chose to do. It's only if you study intellectual history, which I chose to do. Because I found that, just as Noble Drew Ali said, you Moors, get a good European, quote-unquote, education, and then I can use you. This goes back to the idea of getting sovereignty before we're ready to be sovereign. We need doctors. We need university teachers. We need lawyers. We need engineers. We need farmers. We need people who are trained in areas that can then create a solid nation, like everybody else. When I think about brothers and sisters that come from India, or come from other areas of the Asiatic world, who will come and establish a little India in a particular community, and they're still speaking Hindi. Or people will come from Pakistan, and they're still speaking Urdu. Or they'll come from China, and they're speaking dialects of Chinese. Right? Of course, the legacy with us is we had that connection broken. Right? Most of us didn't know who we are. We just called ourselves black. What are you, black? But I think there's some Irish. All right, so I can trace Irish to Ireland. What's black? Nothing. Basically, it's not a reference to a nation. Black is a color, or the absence of white. It's not a reference to a land. So you have large numbers of people of, if you will, I'm going to say African because that term is used. And it was even used by the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, who I'm taking my marching orders from. It's in the Quran, the Moorish Quran. He spoke of the descendants of Africa. He also used the term Asiatics. But we who are descendants of Africa, or Africans, and connected to Africa, lost the knowledge of ourselves because of the institution of chattel slavery, which was imposed by the conquering Spanish and Portuguese. Right? When you think about the chattel system of chattel slavery means that you don't just own the person or their labor. It means you remove their personhood. You're no longer a person. You're now an object. You're now a thing. That was the system of slavery that was imposed within the Americas by Europeans, be they Albions from England or Europeans from other parts of Europe. As a result, we fell away or fell from the knowledge of ourselves. We started answering the terms Negro, black, color. What does Drew Ali then say when he comes on the scene between 1913 and 1929? He says, know thyself. He says, we are Moors. He says, understand your interpretation of spiritual law, also known as Islam or Islamism. He says, we were in the Americas before the Europeans arrived. He says, if you are going to improve your condition, you have to let go of those terms that denote slavery. So you can no longer identify yourself as Negro, black, or colored. Because if you do that, what are you telling the authorities? That you're still a slave. So he says, get out from under those terms, Negro, black, and colored. You're Moors. Every nation has a nationality. What's yours? Somebody comes from Spain, they're Spanish. Somebody comes from Italy, they're Italian. Someone comes from Nigeria, they're Nigerian. If we didn't know who we were, we needed to be told. So Drew Ali says, we're Moors. But then people say, well, what's a Moor? Drew Ali gives a few definitions. He said, as a Moor, you are a descendant of Moroccans and born in the Americas. Here's the problem with some people. They then think, well, Morocco is this small country now in northwest Africa. So he said, we're descendants of Moroccans and born in America. Well, I don't know that my family came directly from Morocco. And And back in those days, in the 20s, you couldn't do a DNA test, right? You can do that now, find out what your lineage is. But most of us would probably say, well, and the historical evidence indicates, one, there were those of us who were already here in the Americas. Two, those of us who were brought from over the Atlantic were coming primarily from West Africa. So you got two perspectives. One is saying we as Asiatics were enslaved where we stood. The other is saying those of us who were brought on enslavement ships were coming primarily from West Africa. But how does that connect to Moors? Drew Ali talked about a divine and national movement. That's two parts. The divine pertains to the spiritual, the ethical. Just as Brother SetenRa Bey was talking earlier about ethics and integrity. How do you get people to act with greater integrity and ethics? You have to give them instruction. That's why you have elders and parents who will raise children to be ethical and have integrity. What do Christians do? What are they supposed to be doing? Rephrase that. When Christians go to college, go to church, presumably, what are they presumably doing while they're in the church? Worship, right? They're worshiping God, but what else are they doing? Presumably. What is a good pastor presumably supposed to be doing? Teaching them how to be good people, how to be ethical, how to have integrity. Right? So when Drew Ali sets up all these temples, he's saying you need a temple to go to so that you can be with like-minded people who can then teach from the Circle 7 or the Moorish Quran. Teach you how to be ethical. Teach you how to have integrity. Encourage you to love yourself and love one another so that you can have unity. I don't want to unify with anybody who doesn't have any self-love, and I damn sure don't want to unify with people who don't love the community. Why would I want to unify with somebody who I know is still thinking, I don't really love myself that much? Because that person, at the first instance, is going to sell you out so fast your head will spin. Because they're still working on their own issues. That's why he said to learn to love instead of hate. It's a process, but you have to be committed to the process. And again, it was so important earlier, and like we were saying last night, I happened to mention Love, Truth, Peace, Truth, and Justice, and Brother SetenRa Bey then says he was going to probably discuss this afternoon, and we knew that we were in sync. We were of one mind. We were obviously connected to the higher self. The Allah in man was manifest. So, essentially, there has to be a divine component. There has to be a commitment to working on yourself ethically and spiritually. Know thyself. Ancient Kemites said it. The Greeks copied it. Then the Romans copied it. And then essentially it would be part of any university or college system that's then trying to teach people about themselves and the world. The universe. That's why they're called universities. Because the presumption is you're getting a collective basis of knowledge. So that's just an overview. What I'm going to do now is just go through a couple of PowerPoint slides that I hope will serve as prompts to address more details about what I'll be speaking about this afternoon. And everything that I'm discussing is referenced in my book, A Fellow's Children in the New World. And again, part of this clearly was a labor of love. I decided, once I was a part of the Moorish science movement, that I was going to do the best I could to clarify what Prophet Noble Ali was trying to convey to the masses. Many of us got it, but I say trying in this case because many of us haven't gotten it. And part of it is because we haven't yet been able to make a national statement where we can defend our arguments. The Moors very often are seen as part of a sect or a cult and not something that has any true validity. It's like, what historical and defensible arguments can you make for saying you're Moorish? That's what the book is about. That's what this lecture, a part of this lecture, this talk and the sharing is going to be about. Behind me is a photograph of Drew Ali taken in 1929, standing in front of the American or U.S. flag, the flag representing the United States of America. And I'm not going to get into a discussion of issues of corporate law, admiralty law right now. I'm going to speak from essentially what I know regarding the history of Drew Ali and Moorish Science Temple as a movement. And then we can get into other discussions later. So I'm going to use those terms, U.S. or United States. Drew Ali, when he sets up this organization in Chicago between 1926 and 1929, he was seen by the authorities as essentially taking the uneducated, so-called Negro black communities and raising our awareness of ourselves. Now, again, the situation here in Canada, I know, is different, and I'm excited to hear more about the Canadian perspective or the Canaanland perspective on Moorish identity. So I'm here as much to learn as I am to share what I know. From the perspective of Drew Ali, who is at that time living in the state of Illinois, in Chicago. He raises this movement. The only reason he's able to raise the movement is because there was a forerunner. Who was the forerunner?
Marcus Garvey.
Marcus Garvey, right? Marcus Garvey had essentially primed the pump. He had laid the groundwork for Drew Ali to then come in and take it to the next level. Because Marcus Garvey is talking about Pan-Africanism. He's saying, and I'm using the terms of those days, he's saying that the Negro or the black communities of the world need to recognize their interconnection. Wherever there's a black person, there should be concern for that black person. In other words, what he's saying is he's not limited just to what's happening in Jamaica, which is where he's from, or even in New York, where he establishes the headquarters for the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, because that was the full name of that organization. So people in Chicago, including the Chicago Defender's writers, and the Chicago Defender was an African-American newspaper. And one of the things that they said was, and they lauded means they honored. They were saying, this man is great. The Chicago Defender lauded, honored Ali, stating, this organization is playing a useful and definite part in advancing the sacred obligations of American citizenship. So they're seeing his movement as something intended to make better citizens. But what's also key here is they're referencing citizenship in a very religious way, because they're saying sacred. The sacred obligations of American citizenship. So they're pointing out this man is trying to turn these made in America Negroes into responsible citizens. First thing he recognized is you need to know who you are first. Because the Europeans in the United States, in the colonies, are not going to really respect you unless you know who you are. Most of you know there's a very strong Masonic connection to the founding of the United States. Most of you may know that there's a very strong connection to Masonry throughout the Western world. Europeans, as Masons, understand that there is a spiritual science. That's why they become Masons. No shock for me when I found this. I look up the coat of arms for Mason when I'm a graduate student in the 1980s, and I see that Mason, the coat of arms, shows a Moor. Those are the Masons of Great Britain or the United Kingdom. Mason means son of a Moor. The fact that there is this Masonic element to the founding of the United States means that there is an aspect of our spiritual science connected to European communities that try to create, as they put it, a more perfect union. I'm speaking, if you will, from the American historical perspective. We want to form a more perfect union, right? So this idea of establishing this particular country means that there's a Masonic component to it. So I knew I had to research and address that as well. Drew Ali then says, if you assert your Moorish nationality, you will find that the laws of the country will protect you better than if you don't. So what do I find when I start looking at legal history? Legal cases where people were defining themselves as not being black, not being colored, saying that they were Moors, saying that they were Cherokee, saying they were Pamunkey Indian, saying they were Choctaw, saying they were Narragansett, saying that they were referring to nations because they understood that under U.S. law, if somebody was part of a nation, they were protected by the federal Constitution. The United States is a democratic republic. Republics have citizens, aliens, and slaves. That's the nature of a republic. So if you're a citizen, that means you have access to all the rights and obligations of the republic in which you live. If you are an alien, then your status is determined by what type of alien you are. Right? You might be waiting to become a citizen. You might be a resident alien, but you don't have the rights of a full citizen. The last one is slave. Right? If you're a slave, you're a non-person. So you have no rights under the Constitution because the Constitution doesn't recognize a slave as a citizen. You are a non-person. Drew Ali talked about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Again, U.S. history. 13th Amendment ended slavery unless you were imprisoned. Basically, that's what the Constitution says. You can be forced into some sort of servitude if you are a felon. That's why the system tries so hard to keep people as felons, because then you keep people as slaves. The 14th Amendment then turned the freedmen into citizens. It says now you freedmen, who were formerly enslaved, are now citizens. The 15th Amendment then gave the freedmen the right to vote. What did Drew Ali say?
Yeah, the 14th Amendment wasn't necessary for our salvation.
That's right. He said the 14th Amendment isn't necessary for your salvation. Why? Because if you are a Moor, you have a nationality. If you have a nationality, you're recognized by the Constitution as a person. If you're a person, you already have the rights of any other citizen who's born free in the United States under the federal Constitution. Now let me be clear here. I'm talking about the federal Constitution. Here's a new perspective, maybe not new, some of you may be familiar with this, but here's another perspective on the Civil War that was fought in the United States. Civil War is fought because many Southerners, many quote-unquote white Southerners, and white, by the way, is a caste, it's not a race, okay? White is a caste. A caste means your status, your political status, how many rights you have within a given structure. In India, there's a caste system, right? The Brahmins, Kshatriya, Vaishya, right? And then the so-called untouchables, or the Sudras. But this idea of a caste system meant that if you were white, you were part of the ruling caste. That's why if you go to the Charleston, South Carolina registry, they don't say white race. They listed people, it explicitly says, and I pointed out in my book, the white caste. You had people of African ancestry who were designated as white. The federal government recognized a person as white by virtue of their nationality. The people designated as black or Negroes were those whose personhood was lost or taken. So the idea of somebody being defined as white meant that you were empowered by the Constitution. That's why Drew Ali had respect for the U.S. Constitution. But here's the problem. European American Southerners who had the system of chattel slavery wanted to maintain that system. They didn't want to lose the enslaved persons that they had. They start writing state constitutions intended to remove any access to power by those who were non-European. But as Benjamin Curtis, in his dissenting opinion, in the famous Dred Scott case of 1856, Benjamin Curtis was a European American from Massachusetts, who's on the Supreme Court, and he basically points out in his dissenting opinion, he said what the Southerners are doing is a violation of the Constitution. This is then the issue of states' rights versus the federal government, right? States' rights versus federal government. Some of you may have heard about the big controversy in the United States over the flying of the Confederate flag, right? People are upset because they want to fly the Confederate flag, and many Asiatics who are conscious are saying, why are you flying the Confederate flag? Don't you know that's disrespectful? That's a symbol of slavery. And Southern Europeans very often are saying, no, it's not. It's a symbol of my heritage. Yeah, your heritage in what? Well, the Southern way of life. What was the Southern way of life? Slavery. Right. The maintenance of the system of chattel slavery. So let's just be real. You wanted to maintain a system of chattel slavery. And as a result, you went to war. Charleston, South Carolina, I'm going to use that example again. In the 1820s, they passed a law called the Colored Mariners Law of 1822. The Colored Mariners Law. This law said that when ships came into port in Charleston, South Carolina, if any of the sailors who were on board that ship were colored and got off the ship, they were subject to imprisonment and or enslavement by South Carolina's authorities. Now that's the state of South Carolina in 1822. The federal government says to South Carolina, you can't do that. You're saying that any colored sailors that get off the ship can be imprisoned and or enslaved. You're a state. You don't have the right to make treaties. Only the federal government has the right to make treaties. So the federal government says, you can't do this. But they do it anyway. But guess who even the South Carolinians made exempt? Moors. Moors could get off the ship, but not British subjects who were colored. That's powerful. Because there's still this connection, ironically, even in the state of South Carolina, a southern slaveholding state, they knew that there was something unique about the Moors. Under the law, and I might even say in terms of spiritual science, I'm going to keep making that reference. There are European leaders who know spiritual science is real. That's why it's important, whether you call it karma, right, or what goes around comes around. Eventually, justice is always done. The best way for me to oppress you is to get you to accept your oppression. That way I feel like I'm not oppressing you, you're oppressing me. If you just wake up, I can't oppress you anymore. But I have to get you to answer to the term of Negro or black. Now I got you. Because now you've given me permission, spiritually, and, if you will, nationally, or in terms of man-made laws, to mistreat you. And the prophet even pointed that out as well. It's a comment. As I was listening to Brother SetenRa Bey, I went back to near the last page of my book and remembered something that I had written when I wrote the book. From the Moorish perspective, true self-reliance only comes with self-confidence. And self-confidence is rooted in one's awareness of their past achievements. If you don't know, if you don't have self-love, it's because you don't have a whole lot of self-confidence. You don't really have much confidence in yourself. And you're not aware really of who you are. In short, a person or group must know more about themselves, their significance, and their achievements if they are to become strong, meaning strong in that sense of love. They must honestly love themselves for the gifts given them by the Creator God Allah. One of the other aspects about Drew Ali's understanding of Islam, or Islamism, was he referred to Allah as our Father God. You don't hear that in traditional Sunni al-Islam. They just say Allah is Allah. There's not a reference to saying we are Allah's children. That's a deeper understanding of spiritual science related to Sufism and the Marabut traditions that were part of the old Moorish Empire. That harkens back to, right, Christians will talk about God the Father. It's having you recognize that you are an extension of your Heavenly Father. You are made in the image and likeness of God. How many people here are familiar with Martin Delany? Martin Delany, prominent African American, I would say Moorish American, African American leader, Civil War soldier, physician, politician. He said the claims of no people, according to established policy and usage, are respected by any nation until they're presented in national capacity. So Drew Ali is saying if you're gonna try to improve your conditions, you have to present yourself as a collective. You're part of a nation. Ironically, the United States, of course, is a nation of nationalities. Right? People from the nations of the world. As I said earlier, different nationalities will come and create their own little communities. A little Korea, a little India, a little Tokyo, etc. But then they still interact in the larger system. But they have, if you will, a home camp to come back to, strengthen, keep themselves fortified, They're comfortable with themselves, they love themselves culturally, and they go out into the world and engage it. The governor of Louisiana, Bobby Jindal, is Indian, from India, Indian American. So you can have Asiatics in positions of power within the United States. The reason why it's been more difficult is because of the legacy of slavery and the lack of self-knowledge that keeps so many of us from being in those positions of power. Although now people can say, well, you have President Obama, a true African American, right? Because his father is from Kenya, right? But then you have a movement to try to say, well, he's not really an American citizen. He was not born in the U.S., he was born outside of the U.S. So you have people still trying to challenge that, right? But President Obama is an anomaly that requires a whole other discussion to be able to put that in perspective. This is one of Drew Ali's statements that goes back to what I said earlier, warning from the prophet. Drew Ali said in 1928, the citizens of all three national governments, according to their national constitution, are all of one family, bearing one free national name. In the case of Canada, the presumption is, and I know Canada has gone through some changes with its own nationality laws. There was the Nationality Act of 1921, and it was one in 1946. Question of whether you're a Canadian national or a Canadian citizen. So these are things that actually exist. If you're not familiar with it, it's something to take a closer look at. Because I'm newly familiar with it, this idea of nationality versus citizenship. But Drew Ali says, those who fail to recognize the free national names, a free national name would be Moorish, right? Because there's a Moorish nation, are classed as undesirables and are subject to all inferior names and abuses and mistreatments the citizens care to bestow upon them. So this is Drew Ali saying, if you choose to answer to terms Negro, Black, and colored, the citizens of the country in which you live can do whatever they please to you, because legally, you're undesirables. So when one rethinks this idea of there being two types of justice, one for blacks and one for whites, there's a recognition that those who are blacks are clearly not protected under the law. Not from Drew Ali's perspective, because he's saying you're telling the authorities abusing you. You're walking around with a sign, you know, you're a sadomasochist. Right? That essentially is the message. So he's saying, you want to be treated as a noble? Act as a noble. But you need to know who you are. Once you know who you are, you can then act as a noble. I just started this talk by referencing how my focus was really on intellectual history. I wanted to know about how the Moors impacted upon the rise of the university system. And if you want to read more about, no pun intended, more about that, Ivan Van Sertima, the late great Ivan Van Sertima, who he edited a work called The Golden Age of the Moors. I have a chapter in that book on Moorish Spain that outlines exactly how we as Moors were directly responsible for the establishment of the university system. What is so beautiful is that, just as Drew Ali said, in time I will make the European tell the truth. And so I turn on PBS one day, and I see Bethany Hughes, who was an English woman, historian from Cambridge University, and she's the narrator for When the Moors Ruled Europe. And all I could say was Islam. Because I was getting more and more evidence that Allah, a higher self, the universe, spiritual law, was assisting in the process of our freedom. But we have to wake up. And we have to commit ourselves to being better tomorrow than we are today. That's a process. That is a process. Drew Ali said, it is a sin for any group of people to violate the national constitutional laws of a free national government and cling to the names and principles that delude to slavery. It couldn't be any clearer, family. He's pointing out, you want to know what's sinful? Keep calling yourself Negro, Black, and colored. Many theologians interpret the definition of sin as separation from God. That's one of the definitions that theologians will use. Sin is separation from God. But separation from God then means also separation from your Father, or separation from the knowledge of yourself. You're no longer affirming who you are, and that's considered sinful. Are you familiar? Well, I know most of you are familiar with the idea of the granted privilege. So if one says, well, I know a lot of black people who've done very well. Right? Oprah, right? Somebody said Oprah. Oprah doesn't call herself Moorish American. Well, as far as we know, that's true. She doesn't. But the system is also interested in perpetuating itself. There are always people who are going to be allowed to do well, so that there really isn't revolution. You have to, like a pressure cooker, you got to let off steam every once in a while, right? And the steam is let out by having successful athletes and successful entertainers. But the rank and file, the majority of the nation of people is still not there, even close to having the fruits of the society at large. Right? The idea of granted privileges. And a granted privilege is, of course, very different from being given a right. A French occultist who studied Sufism, named Eliphas Levi, said, the will of a just man is the will of God himself and the law of nature. Man is the God of the world, and God is the man of heaven. Meditate on that for a moment. Right? God is the man of heaven. But the idea that man is the God of the world, we are the vice regents or the representatives of the Most High God. Father God Allah, Father, Mother God Allah, the God of the universe, however you want to define that construct. And essentially, we're supposed to be manifesting here the highest principles of that which was conveyed to us at our creation. But we're composed of two selves, the higher self and the lower self. Every day is a battle to determine which is going to win. Right? So the idea of the higher self is the mother of the virtues and the harmonies of life, and breeds justice, mercy, love, and right. That's the higher self. And the lower self is essentially that which breeds murder, theft, and everything that harms. We have it within us. And Drew Ali was conveying this information at a time when most people in our Asiatic community were not, if you will, formally educated. Many of us could not even read and write. Carter G. Woodson, who was an alumnus of the college that I teach at. How many people have heard of Carter G. Woodson?
Yes.
Carter G. Woodson, if you haven't heard of him, at least get this book and read it, and then you'll know why I have so much respect for him. Carter G. Woodson wrote a book called The Miseducation of the Negro. He was a historian, but his style of writing about the miseducation of the Negro was to show its psychological impact as well. How essentially Negroes are made in America or made in the West and don't have a true knowledge of self. Woodson said the mere imparting of information is not education. If I just give you information, I'm not necessarily educated. He said the effort must result in making a person think and do for himself or herself. Education should lead to action, right? Or remedy. The idea of action means that you have to do something actively to change the conditions so as to improve them. He also said if a race has no history, if it has no evidence of tradition, it stands in danger of being exterminated. If you have no history, then you are nobody. If your emphasis on culture is gangster rap, yeah, we got culture. We're gangbangers. As Brother Cujo talked about earlier with the hip-hop. And our hip-hop was meant to be conscious. It was supposed to be waking people up through the power of the spoken word. Nomo. Ancient Egyptian or ancient Kemetic concept of nomo, the power of the spoken word. But of course it was hijacked and taken in a direction to then make us crazy and self-destructive. Because it was understood that that was dangerous. Brother SetenRa Bey.
Yeah, just in harmony with what you just said. If a race has no history, if it has no evidence of tradition, it stands in danger of being exterminated. For those of y'all who don't know, Carter G. Woodson is responsible for the introduction of what was then Black History Week, which turned into Black History Month. So he put that statement into action because he brought forth that week. We learned about the history, and then it turned into a month. I just wanted to add that.
Citizenship. I pointed this out before, so that with citizenship comes rights and responsibility, and such requirements are a part of the responsibilities of any good citizen. And then I made reference to Benjamin Curtis earlier and the Colored Mariners of 1822, Colored Mariners Act. Again, whether you read about it in detail in my book or find it elsewhere, it's of course up to you. But this idea of good citizenship means respect for ourselves first, learning to love ourselves, respect for others, and respect for all divine and religious creeds. Again, something unique about what Drew Ali was saying, teaching. He didn't include the typical Abrahamic prophets as the only prophets. He actually included Confucius as a prophet. He included Buddha as a prophet. And then he said ETC, meaning whatever other prophets will emerge over the course of time. He said he was a prophet in these days, meaning the days that he was on the scene and shortly thereafter, before that great and awful day that is sure to come. Because he says it's coming. Great and awful. Great meaning it'll be good in a great sense, like wow, but awful in terms it will inspire awe. Oh wow. It's a good thing we came into the knowledge of ourselves. Now, how exactly that will look, I can't say for sure, but we can talk about it. Okay. This, just a quick reference again to Moors. I think most of us already know what we're talking about. Moors largely been used to describe so-called black Africoid or Afro-Asiatic peoples in countless European histories. Things known as books of heraldry, which give you coats of arms that reveal the Moors. When I first started teaching this in the late 80s and early 90s, there was essentially nobody talking about this. And I realized that that was why it needed to be done. Now I'm actually glad to see that when I go on YouTube and I see so many other brothers and sisters now who are talking about the Moorish legacy. But that wasn't going on in the late 80s. And again, it just goes to show you when you do something in the interest of your community and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, it bears fruit. You have an impact. You leave a favorable impact, which is essentially what we're all supposed to be here to do anyway. Of course, we know about the connection to Moabites. And again, since I wasn't exactly sure, and I try to get to the entire audience, I don't always know if the audience knows as much about the Moorish science temple movement, so I will include slides that help to clarify, just in case. But Moor, as Joe Ali pointed out, has direct roots to the Moabites, reference to the Moabites of the biblical Moab and the son of Lot. Moab was an ancient kingdom in the region of the Dead Sea and lower Jordan River in what is now the country of Jordan. And I've been to Jordan as well. The term Moabita and Moabitarum were actually terms that the Catholic Spaniards used to refer to the Almoravids. The Almoravids were one of the dynasties that occupied Al-Andalus, or Moorish Spain. And they called these Moors Moabita and Moabitarum, which meant that they knew, in spite of the fact that these people were coming in from the continent of Africa, that they still had an ancient connection to Asia, because we as Moors bridged those continents. In fact, we bridged the world. But that's something that requires a lot more study. Hassan ben Muhammad al-Wazan al-Zayati, also known as Leo Africanus. He was a Moor who ended up converting to Catholicism, or at least on the surface. He was captured by a Venetian fleet, and it was an Italian, might have been Genoese, but it was from what is now present-day Italy. And he ended up being enslaved, but he wrote a history of the Moors. And then that was translated from the Latin into English by John Pori, who was an Englishman. And so Pori is quoting Leo Africanus, which was his Christian name. After that means quote unquote. He said this part of the world is inhabited especially by the Africans or Moors. So he's saying Moor and African is essentially synonymous. But he says Moors, meaning properly so called. Your proper name is Moor. African is secondary. Moor is primary. Which last are of two kinds. He talks about namely white or tawny Moors and Negroes or black Moors. Here's where the pigmentocracy starts to creep in. What I often talk about. The pigmentocracy. Where Europeans start to make classifications of Moors based upon who's lighter in complexion and who's darker. The process intended to emphasize divisions. The old Roman adage, divide and conquer, divide and rule. So this finds its way even into this English translation. When in fact the Moors just said, if you're a Moor, you're a Moor. We're not pointing out whether you're lighter or darker in complexion. You're just part of the family. But this is telling us too about this process of division. I'll just pick two of these, and again, I know I want to stay on time. I'm probably going to speak for another 15 minutes, and then I'll open it up for questions and comments. But if you look at dictionary definitions, they're very telling to see what people thought at given points in time. European dictionaries, the English dictionary of 1599 and 1617, defined a mulatto as the child of a Moro, or black Moro, and one from another nation. Any other nation. Bailey's Dictionary, 1728 to 1761 says, one born of parents of whom one is a Moor and the other of another nation. Dutch Dictionary of 1771 uses both Moor and Morian as general references for all Africans. It states Negers, Negers, Ethiopians, etc. were only examples of Moor. So again, it's saying the proper term is Moor for people who we know are clearly African, or Africoid, or Afro-Asiatic, however you want to frame it. But something happens by the middle of the 19th century. By 1844, 1845, Dutch dictionaries reserved the term Moor for North Africans only. There's the divide and conquer. There's the divisions. In other words, they're saying before, we don't care what part of the continent you're from, you're a Moor. By the 19th century, they're saying, no, actually, Moors are only those people from North Africa. Why? Because they're lighter in complexion. We Europeans, in this context, we're color struck. We're obsessed with pigment. We're arguing that your inferiority is based upon your being darker in complexion. Why? As a justification for slavery. We got to justify why this happened. It's because you're all inferior. But what about the Moors? Yeah, but that wasn't you. That was just those light complexion North Africans. There's always a psychological dimension to how history is largely conveyed and taught. And that's what's going on here. And Islam.
So even with the landmass, we're talking about there's a Middle East now.
Exactly, the Middle East. I still have students talk about, well, Egypt is in the Middle East. I said, all right, tell me what continent that is. We talk about the continents. Well, it's on the continent known as Africa, which borders Libya and borders Sudan, which borders Ethiopia, Abyssinia, Kush, Meroe, Aksum. Clearly African, but that's part of the process of trying to psychologically pull your mind away from Africa when you think of anything great. So we look at Africa now, and Africa is a hot mess. Much of Africa is a hot mess, but how did it get that way? Frantz Fanon talks about the colonized mind. You can't talk about Africa's present condition and to say the reason for this condition is because the people are inherently inferior. No, the reason for this condition is because of colonialism and slavery, largely. Yes, there are individual African rulers who chose to go along with the European corrupt system.
Dirty Moors?
Or, if you will, dirty Moors, right? But the reality is the foundations for that were laid with chattel slavery and colonialism. Again, that's why one needs to be a student of history on some level to really make sense of it all. I'll just jump to the third bullet point. Legal and social redesignation of Moors in conquered Andalusia. one of the things that the Spanish Catholic authorities knew they needed to do was, once they conquered we Moors, they then had to reclassify us. Before we were Moors, or Moros, we then become Moriscos, which means little Moors. We then become Mudehars, which means the broken ones, or the tamed. And eventually we become Negros, black things.
You just said Morish. What language is that?
Mudehar is actually Arabic. It's Maghreb Arabic. Mudehar.
So the reason I asked that is because I think it was Do the Right Thing, Spike Lee movie, when they were going back and forth trading guards, attacking each other. He said Morish. Right? I think the guy may have been Italian. He said Morish.
He said Mulia. Yeah, that's a different word. We talked about that in the car. Mudehar means broken or tamed. Muli or mulia is Italian for eggplant. What Italians were doing was they were calling African people or Moors a bunch of eggplants, because eggplants are dark. So they called us mulis. But here's what's fascinating. The word muli in Maghreb Arabic means Lord. But they saw, in other words, what they did was they said, we'll take this word and they use lords, and we'll attach that to an eggplant because of your color. So in other words, they tried to make it something negative. Just like you have somebody, they'll see a brother on the street, hard times, and say, yeah, king, huh? Because the brother's throwing up in the corner of a convenience store. I've heard people who are obviously insensitive and trying to be funny make those comments. Yeah, king, huh? Look at you now. Right? It's the same concept. Muli. You're a muli. Yeah, we call muli these eggplants. This is why it's so important, again, to practice self-knowledge, which leads to self-love, which leads to actions that display your love of self and display your love of community. This is a process. You're on a journey. No one should expect you to overnight wake up one day and go, wow, I completely love myself, everything, and I love all my people. If you do that, you might be delusional, because it means you really haven't given it much thought. Now, it may not take as long in certain people as others, but clearly, we were made crazy. We were made crazy. We were made delusional. We were made schizophrenic. We can be unmade, but the unmaking means you have to then dedicate yourself to self-knowledge. You have to move in circles with like-minded people who keep lifting you up, who know who you are.
That's the healing process.
Right. Yes, sir.
We just gotta rewash the brainwash.
Yes, right. To rewash the brainwash.
They go to dirty work.
One of the other things that I thought was interesting, again, in the process of this research, remember the prophet talked about the uniting of Asia, right? And the prophet talked about other Asiatic communities being a part of us, right? I'm speaking in reference to the Moorish Quran. Ironically, historian Jack Forbes, who was actually a historian who focuses on Canaanite, or if you will, indigenous American history. He also looked at India, China, and Japan and found that the Portuguese used to call the Japanese, the Chinese, and the Indians niggers. The Webster's International Dictionary also referred to the term nigger as encompassing the same people, but also people from Egypt. So it's understood that on a subconscious level, even those who claim that the ancient Egyptians are not related to African or so-called black people, they know better. Right? They know better. Orlando Patterson. He's a sociologist at Harvard that talks about what he calls social death. He says that the African community or the so-called black community has undergone social death, meaning we have lost, we died to the knowledge of ourselves, and other people essentially don't see us as having any real value. But early on, I spoke with him when I was at a conference in Berlin a few years ago. And I asked him about this quote from his book on social death. He said, "I refuse to call any Euro-American or Caucasian person white, and I view with the deepest suspicion any Euro-American who insists on calling Afro-Americans blacks." Now, keep in mind, he's not Moorish American. He doesn't have a Moorish perspective. But what he is doing is emphasizing, at least that there's a reference to Africa through Afro and a reference to Europe through Europe. What he's saying is those terms, black and white, are problematic. He's seeing this as a sociologist who is not part of Moorish science. So he tried that for a minute, and I asked him, I said, Dr. Patterson, you still do? He said, brother, I gave up. He said, I tried. He said, but the majority of people keep going back to calling folks black, calling folks white. He said, I basically just gave up.
Yeah, put my there.
Yes.
When you were in Berlin, did you go to Moore Street?
No, I did not, but I'm familiar with it. Yes. Excuse me. I was in, oh my goodness, right off the North Sea. Can't believe I forget the name of it. Oh wow. It'll come back to me later, because there was another place where I saw a statue of a Moor, and this wasn't Saint Moritz. Saint Moritz and Morish, who was in Magdeburg.
Yeah, and Würzburg.
And
there's a school, and there's a man who covers
with his image on it.
it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Again, these are things that are kind of hidden in plain view, right? Names like Moritz, which clearly is a reference to the Moors. White supremacy. I know you're familiar with Dr. Cornel West, maybe with Dr. James Cone. James Cone is an African American by his designation, theologian. He wrote a book called The Cross and the Lynching Tree. The Cross and the Lynching Tree. James Cone is referred to as a liberation theologian. He's a Christian. He talks about how the two most powerful symbols in American history, when it comes to the Asiatic, or specifically the African American or Moorish community, he says are the cross and the lynching tree. The reason is because he's pointing out the impact of Christianity, right? Christian values, presumably, on the impact on our community. And then the lynching tree, because lynching was so much a part of American history in the South. I don't know if you all know this. And again, here's a difference between, say, Canada and the United States. To my knowledge, Canada didn't have a legacy of lynching like people would go hunting, like they go hunting for squirrel. In many parts of the southern United States and even in the Midwest, people would go out and hunt, quote-unquote, Negroes for fun. It was something you did if you were bored. And then you'd have a picnic. Worse still, people would then take photographs. I could bring it up, but I won't now. But postcards from the early 20th century that were made by the perpetrators. So imagine that. You murder someone, you make a postcard, and then you send it through the mail. and you say things like, this is what's left of that nigger at the party or the picnic we had in Waco. That is incredible. That essentially were the conditions that the Asiatic, the Moorish community was dealing with at that time. If you look at this from a legal perspective and a spiritual perspective, from Drew Ali's perspective, you could say these are the consequences, essentially, of a lack of self-knowledge, the sin and disobedience. That's why clearly he was needed. I'm going to actually stop talking in a few minutes. Well, actually can't even see those coats of arms. It's probably too small. But these are from J.A. Rogers' books, Nature Knows No Color Line and Sex and Race. But in each of these coats of arms, there are names that have Moor as the root word. Morin, Morlo, Morley, Morlan, Morion, Moorburg, etc.
I was just reading in ancient and modern Britons that a lot of the coat of arms are of the lords that had fought against the Moors and conquered that part of the land, so that they took their heads and stuff.
Exactly. Some of the coats of arms that you see are showing essentially the end result of battles with the Moors. Right? Ironically, there's a dish in parts of Latin America called Moros and Cristianos, which is black beans and white rice. And ironically, I had a brother from Maryland call me the other day. He's been part of the Moorish community for some 34 years. And he was saying, brother, I just looked up why people eat black-eyed peas on New Year's. He said, and it appears that it's a celebration of the conquest of the Moors by the Catholics. I said, really? Now, again, I say all the time, I know a lot, but I don't know everything. So that was something that I said, that's powerful. I said, that's true. We need to follow up on it.
Also, the croissant was made after the Moors were defeated. So the Christians were defeating the crescent. So they made a croissant.
Oh, get out here.
What the brother said, I'll tell you what the other side of that is, what I learned. The croissant was really celebrating the conquest of the Ottoman Turks by the Austro-Hungarians. So really the crescent was more representative of the Ottoman Turks than it was we as Moors. But it certainly was the Christian celebration of the defeat of the Islamic peoples. Hence the croissant by European French men.
Yeah, just on, as he was talking about the postcards and pictures and stuff, there's a book called Without Sanctuary.
Yes.
This book is a display of all of these postcards that these Europeans made, pictures and letters and images. It's about that thick. It's a book for the mention. If you got a weak stomach or you get angry at
don't read it.
Oh my God.
It's called Without Sanctuary. Without Sanctuary.
Without Sanctuary.
So getting back to the Black Eyed Peas on the New Year's Day, is that where the celebration of New Year's being January 1st came from?
That's what this brother had implied. But again, he just told me this day before yesterday.
Okay.
So I promised him that I would research it and then come back and tell him what I think. Islam.
In Cuba, they say that black eyed peas.
I'll repeat it.
In Cuba, they call black eyed peas and rice morals and Christians.
That's what I just said. Yeah. Yes, sister.
Okay, you had mentioned Morishko, and what I understand by Morishko is, I think, if I have it understood correctly, is a Moor who practices Christianity. But also, what you had mentioned are disobedience. So I'm a Bible believer, and I regard our disobedience as to worshiping things, not God.
Yes.
And like in relation to Deuteronomy 28 to 1 to 68. So what is, like, I'm trying to understand, like, more being Islam or Muslim and me being a Bible believer, not necessarily calling myself Christian because I believe the word, but I don't call myself Christian. So where would I, like, just coming to the understanding, where would I, because there's such a contradiction between the two to me,
Well,
where would I place myself?
let me say something. Thank you, sister, for sharing that. Drew Ali and the Moorish science movement, and we had this conversation too. Drew Ali did tell us that we should return the church and Christianity to the European, return it to the European, because it was established for his earthly salvation. Having said that, I think you'll be pleased to hear what I'm about to say. He didn't say return Jesus, or in Arabic, Isa, or in Hebrew, Yeshua. He didn't say return or abandon the teachings of Jesus. In fact, the Moorish Quran is filled with lessons involving Jesus from the time that he was a child on up to the time that he is an adult. Now, let me tell you something else that's happening, because I mentioned the courses that I teach on history, African American studies, and I also teach a course called Understandings of Christianity. What we know today as Christianity is largely a construction from the 4th century. Constantine, who was the emperor of the old Roman Empire, called together different bishops, different theologians, and essentially he said, there are all these diverse understandings of this man known as Jesus. You all need to consolidate. You need to homogenize, because there are different traditions. There were Christians who were known as adoptionists. There were Christians known as Gnostics. There were Christians known as Ebionites. There were Christians who were basically believers in the teachings of Jesus in ways that don't resemble what we know today. Part of what Drew Ali is doing by emphasizing Jesus is he's showing us that Jesus represents someone who is perceived as both God and man. Right? So within Christian teachings, one is saying Jesus was the Son of God and the Son of Man. Traditional Christianity, coming out of Catholicism, or even most Protestant traditions, would say that as well. But Christian communities like the Gnostics said Jesus was special. He was Son of God, he was Son of Man, but so are we all. If you have the gnosis, the knowledge, when he told his disciples, know ye not that ye are gods? What he was trying to do was to get us to understand our kinship to our Father. Now, again, what I'm sharing with you is not considered traditional Islam. This would not be the Islam of the Arab world, whether it's Sunni and most Shia. This is the understanding of Islam that's conveyed by Drew Ali. What is so powerful is that theologians, including people like Elaine Pagels, who was at Princeton University, a theologian. She's a European American woman who's written about the Gnostic tradition. Others like, what's his name? Pearson, Michael Pearson. Someone else known as Michael Connor. These are all scholars of the Gnostic tradition who are basically saying that Jesus' primary message was to teach us how to make our flesh divine. He was not telling us to pray to him. He was trying to get us to activate the divinity within ourselves. Now, those Christians...
Plus he was a Christian,
So
he's not going to tell us to give back.
say that again?
He say to give back Jesus to the Christians because he's not Christian.
Right, he's saying return Christianity, because the Christianity that most of us practice and know is not what Jesus was teaching or practicing. Jesus, in fact, again, you wait long enough, the truth comes out. The prophet said that as well. There are theologians now talking about the connections to India, because Indians claim they have sources in Sanskrit where Jesus was amongst the Hindus. Guess what? This is in this book that Drew Ali introduced in the mid-1920s. Now we're finding it in more, if you will, mainstream scholarly journals. And that's the beauty of being in the position that I'm in now, where I get essentially paid, maybe not much, but I'm paid to think. I'm paid to research. So when I get something, I can make that my focus. But because I decided long ago I was in this to help the prophet in saving our people, right? To commit one's life to doing what you can to save humanity, fallen humanity. So I do not reject Jesus in any way, shape, or form. I recognize the teachings of Jesus is trying to convey to us how to be like him. The Gnostics, the Adoptionists, the Ebionites all got that. But they were crushed by the power of the Roman Catholic Church. And as a result had to go underground. But bits and pieces of it would survive. Part of it would survive in communities that would be known as the Rosicrucians. Part of it would survive in communities defined as Freemasons or Freemasons. And in other areas. And now we're hearing more often about the Illuminati and the secret knowledge and all that. But people weren't talking about that when Drew Ali was on the scene. This is why this is so powerful. And I tell people all the time, keep in mind, Drew Ali was talking about this almost 100 years ago. This is new. Now Princeton, now Harvard, now Oxford, and Cambridge scholars are saying, there are connections of Christianity to Egypt and India. Let's bring it out and talk about it. This brother was talking about it
100 years ago.
100 years ago. That's a prophet. That's a prophet. Islam.
I just wanted to say that you were mentioning, I think the question was, how would you fit in from a Christian perspective? And I think the thing that's interesting is that Dr. Bey said towards the beginning of this conversation that the movement is a divine and national movement, right? And so he mentioned also that the divine part has more to do with the spirituality and that side of it, whereas the national part of it has to do with proclaiming our nationality. So you can, I'm a Buddhist. I've been a Buddhist for 26 years, but that doesn't take away from my being a Moor.
Islam.
Yeah.
And in
It could be a
fact,
contradiction.
no contradiction, because the prophet specifically honors Buddha. He specifically, it's in the literature, Buddha. Islam.
Could you talk about the authors in books like Stanley and Poole, where they change more to Negro when it comes?
Stanley Lane Poole and
different books that they alter the language.
Essentially, and I'll just try to say this quickly. You have different authors, whether it's a Stanley Lane Poole or who's the other one? I'm forgetting. I was by design. I forget some of these people's names. Halliburton, who are writing books of heraldry and writing about the Moors, and they begin to change references to the Moors either to Arabs, or you have some literature that starts to talk about Negroes or blacks in Spain as if there is a distinction between those defined as Negro and blacks, and the Moors. So this process of having people alter translations or meanings in order to accommodate what I talked about earlier with the Dutch dictionary, right? Pointed out that Europeans before knew that Moors were, if you will, African people, Africoid people. But by the middle of the 19th century, they're now saying Moors are only references to North African Moors. But the idea of different scholars, whether it's Stanley Lane Poole or others, who are basically trying to negate the idea that the Moors would be so-called black people. So, but, I don't know if that helps to answer your question. Islam.
I just wanted to say that I saw online recently the Pope. He was like, this is a picture of the Pope, and in the background, there was a picture of a Moorish Jesus, baby Jesus, and Mary. And I was just thinking that even though they teach like Caucasian Jesus and stuff like that, but they actually worship or they actually give honor to Moors.
Yes.
And I thought that was
Well, let me just say, I thought you were going to make reference to the previous Pope, who in his coat of arms had a Moor. That's something else. The previous Pope, the one that resigned, he went to New York, to Yankee Stadium, and he put up his coat of arms behind him, and there was a Moor from the city of München, or Munich. But popes, many religious figures know about what are called Black Madonnas. I know we're essentially out of time, but I have a whole presentation just on the Black Madonnas. Quote, and that's the term that they use for it. So what the brother is sharing, the one in Poland is Our Lady of Częstochowa. The one in Switzerland is called Our Lady of Einsiedeln. There is in Russia, Our Lady of Kazan. In Spain, Our Lady of Nuria. In France, Chatra. There are images of African or Asiatic representations of Jesus and Mary in different European countries. And when I was in Israel, Palestine, I went to the Church of the Nativity, and there was an 8th century representation of Mary looking exceedingly Afro-Asiatic, meaning it was Asiatic, not so-called Middle Eastern, but someone who clearly had what we consider to be Africoid or Moorish features, and baby Jesus. That's at the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. And I have a photograph of it, so you can see it. Islam.
I was just in Barcelona, and I went to Montserrat, and I took a picture in front of the Black Madonna.
See, these exist. Now, of course, here's the argument that's given. Some theologians will say the reason why these images are dark is because of candle smoke.
Yeah.
Candle smoke.
So wipe it off.
But the problem is, when you look at them and you realize the candle smoke was skin specific, and in many cases, it caused the hair to curl. So it's clearly, what do they call that? It's
and all the angels around it were clean as well, and so the smoke didn't affect the angels.
It just went right to the skin.
Right to the skin.
Well, guess what? If you believe the rabbits who made chocolate Easter eggs, you can believe that too?
That's true. And there are those that unfortunately do. It's fine.
I don't know if you did already, but would you be able to kind of clarify, like someone who doesn't know any better would say that the word black and Moor are synonymous? You explained it in Declining Moorish Spain, so I don't know what
The term black, some people say, well, Moor is basically just another word for black, which of course makes about as much sense as saying that someone who is from Japan or Nippon is the same as yellow. Or somebody who was from Cambodia is a yellow American, or is these are the yellows, yellow power, right? It doesn't make any sense. The term black is intended to be a pejorative reference that Europeans imposed essentially upon African and Asian. Just so you know, because I remember a few years ago, even in England, you had newspaper articles talking about 2 black men who were arrested in London. Then their names are Singh, S-I-N-G-H, and they were from India. So the term black was actually a reference to, again, this idea of a caste, particularly people who were from Asiatic lands. So Moor does not translate as black. The Moors would never answer to the term black, those who understood the English language. When Moors went into England and they, of course, learned the language, if someone called them black, those were fighting words. Because what you're doing is defining them as a black thing. Why? Because there's Black Death, Black Night, Black Heart, Black Magic. If you know the language, you know that it's a pejorative. It's not a reference to a people, right? We never called ourselves black. But you hear people say, well, Kemet translates as the land of the blacks. And here we go again. Part of the problem is we don't know proper grammar. Blacks, you're taking an adjective and trying to make it a noun, right? We are a noun by virtue of being part of a nation. We're not black. Black is not our language. I mean, English is not our first language. Okay? English is not our first language. Europeans, specifically Englishmen, gave us, or we learned the English language, and we started hearing the word black and used it. Clearly, it's not a reference to people who look like this. Because if that was the qualifier, most of us do not qualify. Right? It's a reference to a caste. When people talk about the war, it was the War of the Roses, you have the white rose and the red rose. During the Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks were the reds, the House of Romanov were the whites. Everybody was Russian. But you had one group that identified with the Russian that translated into English as white, the white Russians, meaning the royalists, and then the Bolsheviks, who were the red Russians. White is a caste reference, just as black is a caste reference when it's applied to groups of people. But Moor is not synonymous with black. Any more, and I'll say it again, any more than if someone says, well, you know, again, a Japanese person, then Japan is synonymous with yellow. Because we presume that we're using those color name references, right? When people will teach their children, say, you know, black, yellow, red, and white, we all come together, right? Yellow is supposed to refer to Asians. But do you ever hear Asians saying that we're yellows? No. Never. You never hear Asians say we're yellow Americans.
A lot of Asians are darker than us.
Exactly. Right. You can find people from, I mentioned Cambodia, clearly India, who are 3 shades darker than you. Right? So it's not a reference to, and yet they qualify, if they are recognized nationals, as white. Right? I don't know the system in Canada, but the system in the United States, Federal Directive number 15 said a white person was any of the original peoples of Europe, North Africa, or the Indian subcontinent. Black was any of the, and this was deep, any of the black racial groups of Africa. So you define black using black? Black, any of the black racial groups. So essentially you're black if you think you're black. So if you want to self-identify as black, go ahead. There was a famous case about 20 years ago, Mustafa Hefni from Egypt, who said, and this was kind of bizarre, he was Egyptian, but he wanted to be defined as black. Because he was officially defined as white. Right. Yes.
so frightened
lost
that,
Right. Because he obviously doesn't really know what he's getting himself into. He doesn't know himself the real meaning of black. It's one thing if he's trying to convince, if you will, the black community, that the black community is black. You all are basically descendants of Egyptians and Moors, right? But not, no, I'm going to define myself now as black, so I want to be part of the black American community.
Black people do.
Right. Didn't make a whole lot of sense.
I just want to say, I mean, just listening to you, I've listened to stuff like a while now, but just listening to you explain it, I can't even imagine. I would hope all those black conscious people out there are always trying to say, well, where'd the Moors get their name? And then, but they can own black. Where did that come from? Black is not ancient. They're trying to put Kemet and black together. It's not an ancient word.
A friend of mine, a brother who is a chematologist, his name is James Conner, teaches at Keene University, had the same conversation. He told me, he said, and he reads Mudu Neche, right? I know a little bit. He teaches it. This brother teaches Mudu Neche, which is the ancient language of Nile Valley. Okay. He said the same thing. He said, you know, with all due respect, and he's a nationalist, he said the idea of saying that Kemet translates as the land of the blacks is problematic because the term black, when translated, has so many other meanings, right? If you said it meant the land of the dark-skinned or the black-skinned people, then you're specifically talking about complexion. But we know in the English language, because of the corruption that exists in the English language, people are trying to make an adjective a noun. In fact, let me just go back and see if I had this. Richard B. Moore wrote a book called The Term Negro, Its Origin and Evil Use. This brother wrote this in the early 1960s and 1960s. He points out the first use of Negro or black as a noun occurs during the period of African subjugation under the Portuguese and the Spanish. So that's when it's imposed. First, it would have been Negro. Then the English speakers say black. Ironically, even racists in other countries, very often, they may speak Polish, but they'll call people black, right? If they're from the United States, because they're saying that's the term that I've heard identified with you. But very often, if you talk to them, they'll say, well, no, we know you're descendants of the Moors, right? You're Moors. So very often they know who we are, but they come here and like, well, you gotta fit in here. You're black? Okay. Black. Go along, get along. You want me to call you what? I'll call you what you want to be called. That's what I told this brother who told me. Good brother. Right? Good brother, who I again love and went to school with. He told me, he said that Moor, so I had a Spanish teacher that taught us that Moor translates as living black. I said, living black? That's what he said, living black. I said, who told you that? He said, I said, brother, my father's from Cuba. I've studied medieval Spanish. I've had some of the best Spanish teachers as far as being able to read and knowing the etymology. I said, translating as living black is a recent phenomenon in order to continue to keep you confused. Just think about what you just said. Living black. What's implied is that black is dead.
So the living dead.
The living dead.
The walking dead.
The walking dead. Zombies. And word does not translate as zombies. So the idea of saying that more means living black, I said, no, there are Spanish speakers I know, usually European Spaniards who are trying to deny the Moorish legacy, or people who are simply ignorant, because I give that to people. Some people just don't know, so I'm not mad at upset with everybody. But I said, no, brother, I said, it doesn't mean living black. It didn't mean that in the beginning. We didn't come into Spain calling ourselves Moors, and then the Spaniards said, well, that means living black. Because they called us initially by what we called ourselves. It's only after we were subjugated. And when you're subjugated, you lose control of your destiny. You lose control of the terms that people use for you. I didn't even get into the downfall of the Moors, but I think there's still a YouTube video up where I talk about in detail the decline of Moorish power and prestige. But I talk about the systematic process, and that process included Spanish Catholics saying, we have to redefine you. Then we have to separate your children from the parents, because you're always going to know who you are. But if I take you out of your community, now you're over here. Negro, Morisco, Mudeja. You're raised in the Catholic school, and that's what you become. But those who were still in their own community, who knew their history, so I'm not black, I'm not Negro, I'm not Noir, right? They understood that. But the problem is, again, most of us, I think part of us have tried to make an industry of black consciousness as opposed to African. It's like I tell people all the time, what are you talking about when you say black? Because if you're talking about African peoples, then just say African.
And be specific.
Right? I mean, let's be specific. Well, but I'm trying to include people of the Caribbean. Yes, but people of the Caribbean, where did they come from? According to your perspective, right? Meaning the black consciousness person. Well, African. So say African. There are Africans in Africa, Africans in Europe, Africans in the Americas, Africans in Asia. Brother Anoka Rashid talks about the African presence in Asia. Right? This obsession, you can't, it's like a drug. I can't get off it. Yeah, stuck on that. And I think I could say a lot more, but
quickly, two more questions.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. No, there's a video on YouTube with SetenRa, and SetenRa was the Negro? Spanish girl saying black power. And she's like, Latino power, and he said, yo, come on, how do you say it in Spanish? And he was so stupid, trying to figure out a word, and he said, no, that's not a word. That's the word.
I mean, just to say quickly, as I pointed out, terms in the 11th and 12th century for the African peoples, the Moors, the Almoravids who came in, aside from Moros, Moabita, Moabitarum, which is the Latin, showing the connection between Moor and Moabites. Clearly they understood that we as Africans, meaning coming in directly from the African continent into Al-Andalus, still had connections to Asia. In fact, I couldn't get into it because there's too much material. If you get a chance to read the book, when I go into more details about our presence and connection to the Americas, the only thing I can do, and I'll basically just go through that in about a minute, I'll just show you, just in case you haven't seen it, some slides of, if you will, Africoid images from the Americas that confirm the presence here. Probably the greatest scholar to do this in recent time was the late, great Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, who talked about the pre-Columbian presence of Africans in the Americas. Yes, sir. Yes.
Could you just briefly, I know it's extensive, but just briefly the connection of the Minoans and their connection to either Etruscans, Phoenicians, or...
Yeah. Briefly, according to people like Martin Bernal, who wrote, he just passed away a few years ago, Black Athena, the Afro-Asiatic roots of Hellenistic civilization. He points out that there's a link between the Minoans and specifically Nile Valley civilization, right, or the Egyptians. The idea that there's then a connection between, say, the Minoans and the community known as Moors, that involves then Diop. Are you familiar with Sheikh Anta Diop, who was a Senegalese Egyptologist? Again, someone else to take a look. Two people, Martin Bernal, Black Athena, and Sheikh Anta Diop, the African origin of civilization. Diop talks about how the Nile Valley civilization is really like the centerpiece for knowledge. It's like a headquarters for the spreading of knowledge. That knowledge was spread then into areas of Greece,
It will then be found in aspects of Greek mythology. There's a reason why Zeus, who was the Greek god, the king of the gods, if you will, returns to Abyssinia or Ethiopia every year for the festival to worship and to feast. Ethiopia, the people of Abyssinia, Cush, Oxen, are known as the most innocent of men in Greek sources. I think it's Diodorus Siculus. Greek civilization was fully aware of its tutelage under Nile Valley civilization. The connection to the Moors is by proxy, because essentially, according to what we can tell as far as history, migration history, people started in that region. Nile Valley civilization in East Africa. Then they migrate west and go into other regions of what we know as the continent of Africa. Hence you see connections between the Phoenicians and founders of early Morocco. Hence you hear Giat talking about connections between the Wolof language in Senegal and ancient Kemetic, because that migration occurs from the east and then goes west. And it also will go north into areas of what we know as Hellenistic civilization or Greek civilization, Greek city-states.
Thank you very much. And just one quick note, just in regards to the pictures we were talking about, the saints and stuff.
Yes, sir.
So I'm from a Minoan island called Talisman. And I wasn't supposed to, but I took pictures of the churches, because they build the churches inside the caves and mountains, and they're all dark skinned. All of them, every single one of them, all the churches, and there's like hundreds in little islands.
Thank you for sharing. That's fine.
Closing remarks? Closing comments?
Yes. Again, I said I was just going to show these images while I'm leaving. This is something you should know more about. You can ask me after the lecture if you want. Very important. And all of this information is in my book. This is pre-Columbian. This is from Venezuela. Same thing here, pre-Columbian. This is specifically described as Morish. This was found in Mexico, in Veracruz. This is from Dr. Ivan Van Sertima's text. You see the correlation. He's showing you a Nuba system and then an image found in pre-Columbian America. Alexander von Futenau was a German art historian who was uncovering this information in the 1940s and was honest. Again, for clarity, I love humanity. I don't care what nation you're from. You're my brother, you're my sister. I have to tell the truth about what's occurred, so I, of course, will critique the negative aspects of European events. But I don't hate Europeans. There's no room for hate. We are here to learn to love. We first learn to love ourselves, then we learn to love the family. We just want the family to know some of us are waking up. Not all of us are still in blacklight. Some of us are waking up, but we essentially have to present the truth. The truth about bad wars, like you mentioned before, dirty wars. Yes. Also Mexico. But Alexander von Futenau collected these things and put them on display. Ivan Van Sertima went to his studio in Mexico City, and he allowed him to take pictures of these. Some of you may have seen these giant Olmec heads in Mexico. People try to say that they are not Africoid, right? Are you going to tell me that's not Africoid? This one.
Can you go back one slide?
Yes.
I got to add to it. That statue right there, in the past year, was put outside of the Smithsonian Museum of Natural Sciences. It's sitting right out there. I forget which avenue that is, but it's right there in Washington, D.C., right outside the Smithsonian Museum. That statue right there. It's just a small one.
This weighs between 9 and 12 tons. So you're talking about something that's huge. That's one also in Mexico City. You see the, I think it's, it might not, well actually no, I think that's in Veracruz. But you can see that person is African. These are pre-Columbian, meaning these are between 2,500 to between, the early ones I showed you from the 12th and 13th centuries. So they're between 800 and 900 years old to 3,000 years old.
Is that before the common era?
Yes.
What they people think is before Christ, but it's
Before Christ,
the common era.
right, before the common era. Right. This is almost 3,000 years old. This one I love because it's clearly a brother in a fez. Clearly a brother in a fez, and this is found in Mexico. Pre-Columbian. I just showed this. This was the Egyptians protesting British colonial rule. They all have their fez. How's Bush on? That's another discussion even about this and Ataturk and etc. That's another representation of this person on the lower right. That's one of the Indians of California. Right, Caliph. These are some of the indigenous names. Again, these are Native American names. What stands out up there? In particular, which name? What names?
Saracen.
Right, Saracas, Saracens, and Marabitane. That's from Moabite, Moravid. Those are all references to the Moors. Marabios. Those are all references to the Marabouts. The Marabouts was a Moorish Islamic community in the old Moorish Empire on the continent of Africa. And again, like I said, I didn't get a chance to talk about that at night. I'll end with this, just because if I keep going, we'll be here for another hour. Connecticut established something known as the Moors Indian Charity School. The Moors Indian Charity School was a school that Europeans set up to teach the indigenous peoples of the Americas. When I went back to read the account of Elijah Wheelock and Ralph Wheelock, who were the founders, they didn't refer to Jesus as God. They referred to him as the prophet of Nazareth. Consider, wrap your mind around that for a moment. This is from 1765. The Moors Indian Charity School, established to teach indigenous peoples who were trying to learn about the ways of the European system. But when they set the school up, they didn't present Jesus as God. They presented him as a prophet. Why? Because they knew that the Native Americans themselves understood the concept of prophethood. Just like Tenskwatawa, who was the prophet, with his brother Tecumseh, when we talk about the Creek Indians and the Shawnee. Anyway, I'll stop there. All right, thank you for listening. I hope I shared something about it.
All right, let's stay on your feet. Let's give it up for SetenRa Bey. And you can all stay on your feet. Let's give it up for the sisters, the mothers, and the children. Just so we could, what we do after every Lord Juali Day is we get our panoramic, we got our picture going on. So before we start doing the cleanup and whatever else, we're gonna ask all the tall people in the back, everybody else in front, and then the sisters immediately in the front chairs. And we're gonna do it against this wall. We let everybody to transfer from over there as fast as we can. Over here, tallest in the back, shortest in the front, sisters in the front on chairs. Alright, so we're going this way. Tallest in the back, shortest in the front.
If anybody is interested in getting one of my books, I have them